Okay, everybody. Hopefully you guys can hear me just fine. I'm actually going to adjust this. There we go. And we move this over. There we go. Okay, so let's go here. Sorry guys, just let me get set up. Elizabeth, how are you doing? How have things been going for you? Let's move that right there. There we go. Okay. One second, you guys. I'll be right back. Elizabeth, tell me how everything's going, if you want. Molly, how are you doing? Just getting everything good. How does this sound, guys? How does it sound? Does it sound okay? I am doing good, Elizabeth. Trying to dive into my own emotional world too, so it has been a bit of a treat. Apathy, let's see. I am just been taking it one day at a time, working on my apathy. Gratitude is the opposite of apathy. My nightly mantra now. Sounds good. Yeah, and that's, I like that. I like that. Apathy, it's really not something. Okay, sounds good. Everything's going good so far. I'm a little late because I was having a delicious dinner. But now I'm here and I'm ready to shuffle some cards and sort of see what comes up here for, let's see, we're going to do Thursday and Friday. Hello, Liz. How's it going? Hi, T Batty. I do questions here, if you want to do that, and then I take Cashapp or PayPal. Oh, thank you, Elizabeth. Hey, hold on, Elizabeth. Before you send anything, you're one of the patrons, and so one question would be $7, and 3 questions would be $18. Just so that you know that. You don't pay the full price, because you're a patron, so remember, 1 question for $7 or 3 for $18. Just want to make sure. Okay, let's get these all shuffled up. Get them ready to go here. Okay, one more nice crispy little shuffle. You guys can hear that sizzle. Okay, let's do this. And let's get this going here. this out a little bit, actually. There we go. So everyone in the chat here, if you guys want to, what is your favorite stone? It can be a gemstone, it can just be kind of a different kind of rock, it can be anything. I'm curious what your favorite stone is. I feel like we learn a lot about each other when we're talking about that kind of stuff. Okay, let's shuffle these ones here. Tiger's Eye, that's a good one. That's a really good one, and it's very grounding too. I like Tiger's Eye. There's another one called Obsidian and Carnelian. Both of those are really good. Obsidian for grounding and Carnelian for the sacral chakra. Very, very good stones. So mine are watermelon tourmaline and I guess you would call it ametrine, right? So if you guys don't know this, amethyst and citrine can grow together and they can combine and they are gorgeous. Not combine, but like they grow together. Let me see if I can. Actually, I wonder if that's right. Yeah, so it's called ametrine and it's really beautiful, but also watermelon tourmaline is absolutely gorgeous. I don't know if you guys have seen that before. Super beautiful. It's a very vibrant pink with like a yellow. It's beautiful. Selenite's really good. I got my selenite right here. So selenite is a really, really good one too. I like that. And moldavite is really good. So that's cool. Okay, I like that. So selenite is about connection and communication, so kind of aligning with the higher self too. I like that. I'm learning more about you guys. But look it up if you guys have the time. Look up watermelon tourmaline and look up the ametrine. But I would say look up amethyst citrine because the ametrine doesn't do it as well. Awesome. Okay. So you guys pile 1 or pile 2 here. And feel free to... Bloodstone and howlite. So I've heard of howlite and I've heard of bloodstone, but I'm going to look those up really quick to see what they look like. Oh, that's beautiful. Okay, I like bloodstone. Let's look at howlite. So is the, ones, okay. So I looked up howlite. Is it the red one, or is it a blue one? Okay, everyone's going with 1. Perfect. So what color is the howlite, Elizabeth? I'm curious. Actually, let me see here. Okay, so Elizabeth is on our list. She's the first one. So I'm going to take my... There it is. Okay, and then we're going to do... Let's see. Alright, let me move this over here. Yours is white, okay. That's what I think is interesting. Like, I think tourmaline, and I even think sapphire can be a bunch of different colors too, if I'm not mistaken. Because you have, I think there's white sapphire, pink sapphire, and then with tourmaline there's green. And then I think there's a really dark tourmaline, if I'm not mistaken. I need to look more into that. That's cool though. Alright, so we're going to do pile 1 first, so let's see what we get for pile 1. And I'll get the cards for pile 2 out while we're here. Let's just kind of go for it. Alright, let's see what we get here, guys. So, pile 1, we have, hello, Amber. How are you doing? Try Howlite White Turquoise. Might see a photo there. Oh, I see what you're saying. Let me look. Howlite White Turquoise. Okay, so I'm seeing some photos here. Boy, that's beautiful. That's really pretty. It's like, oh shoot, I gotta make that. It's kind of like the white marble floors you see in really rich people's houses. Like when you look around and you see, that's beautiful. It's got the little veins of black in it. I might need to get me some of that. That's gorgeous. I love that. So here's what we got for pile 1. So we have the sun, okay? Really, really good card. Really good. And then we have the 5 of Wands in reverse. And then we have 7th Chakra Archangel Uriel in reverse. And that camera is trying its hardest to focus here, guys. So the sun, 5 of Wands in reverse, and 7th Chakra Archangel Uriel in reverse. I'm going to say it exactly how I see it. Your generals have been on point. Oh, awesome, Liz. I'm glad. Oh, I love hearing that. The sun. So this right here, I'm going to say is going to be working on developing, to me, I read this as working on developing a spiritual sense of self, or working on developing, working on having fun with what we're doing in life, working on not taking things too seriously. I feel like we tend to take things too seriously, including our seriousness, which we take too seriously. I'm one of those people. I can be serious about seriousness, and in the end, it's almost kind of funny. It's almost laughable because we take it way too seriously. So what I'm seeing here is that we need to kind of have fun. We need to let loose. We need to do something where we're not in the same kind of place mentally every single day. We need to break out of our rut. We need to try something new. The reason why I'm saying that is we have 7th Chakra Archangel Uriel in reverse. Then we have the 5 of Wands in reverse. But with the Sun card here, the Sun card immediately, to me, it mitigates these two cards being in reverse. Because the Sun card is a card about having fun, enjoying yourself, being in the sun, being very kind of divine masculine energy where we're more active, we're trying new things, right? The Moon energy, we're looking at being more receptive, more passive, but in a way that we're allowing things to come to us. So the Sun's energy is going out there and trying something, going out there and doing something new, going out there and just experiencing life in a different way. The five of Wands in reverse, though, is taking things too seriously, and then the spiritual card is the 7th Chakra in reverse. 7th Chakra Archangel Uriel. So if we're developing spiritually, whether that means getting gifts, like developing spiritual gifts, like psychic ability, mediumship, whatever that happens to be, if that is something that we're doing, great. I feel like things will be going well. We need to let go and not be so serious. However, for those people that aren't necessarily developing the spiritual gifts, the way I'm talking about, we need to stop taking things so seriously. Time to add some spice. There you go, Elizabeth. Perfect. Perfect. There needs to be something here that gives us experience. So, and I'm going to say this, Elizabeth, because I know you're into the psychic and the energetic world. So, the more we learn and the more we grow, the more energies we're going to have access to. The more kind of things we can draw upon. When I'm doing psychic readings or mediumistic readings, spirit or the atmosphere, whichever you want to call it, I say spirit for mediumship and I'll say atmosphere for the psychic. But there's messages that are relayed through our psyche, and the way those messages come through are from things we have done or things we have experienced ourselves. So the more we experience and the more we kind of put ourselves out there, the better kind of vocabulary that we can have for spiritual work later on. So, yeah. Yeah, you got it, buddy. He's got it figured out, guys. He's telling me all the stuff. Aren't you, buddy? Yeah, you're a good boy. Okay. So that's what I'm getting here, guys, is that we just need to not take life so seriously. Again, this is going to be on Thursday. So for Thursday, we don't take life seriously. After that, we are serious as hell and we never let up. That's the main purpose that these cards are trying to tell us here. No. We need to have this be something we put into our daily life. We need to have this be something that we have fun with. Okay, and this is a message for me too. I'm trying to hammer it home for myself because I need to embody that myself, right? Okay, so let's move on to pile 2. Let's see what we got here. This is my, I don't know if you guys have seen this. This is my Samus shirt. Yes, there is a cat right up there. But this is I really like this shirt. Samus, I don't know if you guys have played the Metroid video games, but they are really fun. So, okay. Oh. Let's go to pile 2. Try to get this out of my eye. There. Okay, so pile 2. Let me see something here. Okay, so Amber is after Elizabeth. Perfect. Awesome, Elizabeth. You love Metroid. Metroid is awesome. That is one. I got back into it. I was playing the 3DS one and tried to get into the GameCube ones. I have the Game Boy version. Oh, the Game Boy one. So the 3DS one's a remake of the Game Boy one. Super fun. Oh, come on. Focus here. There we go. All right, Amber, you're after Elizabeth and after our generals. Okay, perfect. All right, let's look at this. So we have 8 of Swords. Yes, thank you very much, Amber. Ace of Wands in reverse. There we go. And then we have 5th Chakra Archangel Gabriel. Eight of Swords, to me, in fact, I think to most readers, the 8 of Swords is a card where, okay, look at how this person is right here. If you can, the camera's having a hard time, but if you can look, her head is down by these swords, but she's the one that's putting her head down there. No one's holding her head down. No one's saying you have to do this. She's putting her head in that spot. Thank you, Molly. I appreciate that. Coming from a tarot reader, I love this deck. This is the Fountain deck. It's amazing. So the 8 of Swords here is a card where we're kind of putting ourselves in harm's way. We're doing it to ourselves. We feel like it has to be this way. It can be a card, in my opinion, it can be a card of martyrdom or kind of a victim card. We're doing something to ourselves. We don't know necessarily what we're doing sometimes, but we are doing that. When I see the Ace of Wands in reverse right here, the Ace of Wands, this is an interesting card. So the Ace of Wands has a lot of power. The Ace of Wands is similar to the Sun card. When this is in reverse, though, we're looking at keeping ourselves stuck. We're looking at keeping ourselves stuck in a routine because it is too scary. And the reason why we're keeping ourselves stuck is because we are refusing to speak up. This card is upright, which says that we're working on developing our voice, we're working on establishing boundaries, but we're not quite there when it comes to establishing that stronger sense of self. This isn't a bad thing. It's not a bad thing to be working on our sense of self, but in the meantime, I feel like we need to keep reaffirming things. We need to keep understanding things on a deeper level, and sometimes it takes repetition. Sometimes it takes mantras, like Elizabeth was talking about earlier. Having something we can do, something we can call on, something we can rely on to help us feel better and to help us stay on the path we're on is going to help tremendously. The brain shifts through things differently. The brain likes to establish connections from one thing to another. In fact, that's the only way humans can learn anything, is we learn from one thing and we compare it to another. Awesome, Molly. Perfect. I'm glad it's making sense. So when we're talking about learning, humans learn by comparison. We learn this compared to that. This equals this equals that, whatever it happens to be. But when we're talking about this kind of lesson here, when we're trying to learn something new, it's going to take time. It's going to take time every single time we're learning something new. And during that process, we have to humble ourselves and realize that we are a student of the universe. And sometimes, especially the older we get, we do not want to be the student of the universe anymore. We feel like we've mastered it. We feel like we're done with that. We feel like learning new things, that's for kids or young adults. It's not for us. And I myself, being the earth sign that I am, love to not learn new things. I love to be comfy and cozy and sit in a little bean burrito blanket kind of a situation. So anything that disturbs that is viewed as the enemy, but in fact it is actually immensely helpful. So if you guys are like that too, where it's hard to start something new, it's hard to stay on something new because it can feel uncomfortable, it can feel threatening, it can feel dangerous, know that eventually it doesn't feel that way. But when we're first starting something, it will feel very foreign, very strange, and we just have to be open to the idea of letting ourselves experience things, new things. The Ace of Wands in reverse, the fifth. Just voice your opinion, voice what's on your mind, but do so in a way that's respectful. Do so in a way that is you saying your truth, but you're not limiting someone else's truth. So that would look like, I feel this way because, and then you say what's going on. And you say how you feel and you say why you feel it. But then if someone else says something, you don't try to negate their point of view, because then that's the fifth chakra in reverse. Okay? We let other people, I want you to think of it like this. The word silent, if you rearrange the letters, it spells the word listen. Okay? The fifth chakra is that. It's a lot like that. So when we are silent, we're listening. And when we are listening, we're able to give responses to what people are saying, to how things are going. So it's important for us to hear other people, but it's also important for us to have our own emotions, thoughts, and feelings. If someone tries to negate those, we say, no, I have a right to feel how I feel. Thank you very much, kind sir. But we need to be firm with that. We need to say how we're feeling, why we're feeling, and let other people know. But also don't negate other people either. Hey, Doc, how's it doing, my friend? It is going good. It is going good. Just talking here about boundaries, speaking up, and how we can kind of do that. How we can kind of all do that together. Because I know a lot of us haven't had that voice. A lot of us haven't had that sense of voice. 50% air, 50% earth mostly, so I'm a walking juxtaposition. Want to simmer down, but also grasp all that knowledge. Yes. Simmer time is here, and it's time for us to... No, I understand that, Elizabeth. I'm the same. I'm earth and air as well. I call it being a fart in the wind, because that is what I am. The fart is the earth, the wind is the air. So, Elizabeth, I'm a Gemini with Cap rising. Okay, see, so apparently we have a few people here that are of the earth-air persuasion. So this right here, the main thing going on here, guys, is that when we say what's on our minds, and my girlfriend laughs at me all the time because I do this every time. I get stumped every time. I am a Aquarius moon, Virgo rising, and Taurus sun. If you ask me to repeat that again, I will probably get it all mixed up. But, that's what I am. So as long as we're listening to other people, they aren't putting our opinion down, or if they do, we stand up and we say, no, I feel this way. As long as we're using I feel statements and we're talking to somebody and we don't negate their experience, we're good. That's going to help us open up our throat chakra. That's going to help us in general. But it is hard. It is hard. But it's important for us to learn how to listen better. When we learn how to listen better, we're going to be much better at everything. Good way to put it. Fart. Yep. Absolutely. Absolutely. So that's just something that I feel like is important for us to talk about. That we need to be firm with what we believe, but not overriding someone else's existence. And I'll give you an example. If I'm talking to somebody and, it's in the heat of the moment, okay, and this is the hard thing to do. This is hard to do, especially when it's the heat of the moment, but I'll give you an example. You're talking to someone, you're having a conversation, and someone says something like, I just feel like you don't listen to me, or I feel like you don't care, or I feel this way or that way. And I've done this many times myself, so I'm learning with this. They're using I feel statements, and for me to say that's wrong, I'm discounting their experience, right? There can be parts where it's like a narcissistic system where things are not. My little lens thing fell off. There can be. You know what's funny about glasses? I'm going to be honest with you guys here. You need glasses in order to fix your glasses. It's like, it doesn't make sense that the parts are so tiny that I need my glasses to fix my glasses. Come on. What's up with that? Give me 1 second here, guys. Hold on. It's going to be a miracle if I can... Oh, that's not too bad, actually. There we go. Okay. Didn't need glasses for that one. Humility, a huge lesson. I like to compliment instead of criticize. Very careful with sensitive people. Do not come off as critical. That's good. That's really good. We can work on building people up when we work on building ourselves up. Okay? And Molly gets it too, having those glasses. And it's funny because I have a pair of glasses, and then my other pair of glasses is sunglasses, and so you just posted my 2 pairs there. So, let other people speak. Don't let other people override your opinion, because your opinion is your opinion. For instance, I can say someone looks lovely, and that person can say, no, I don't. That's their opinion. My opinion is you look lovely. And you can't change my opinion. Not that easily. So it's one of those things. And compliments are beautiful. Compliments, let's work on building each other up. We may not have had that growing up ourselves, but we can be that change now. And we can put out that positivity in the world now. So let's do this. Let's move on to the next day of the week, which would be Friday. Let's do this here. Let me move stuff over, just making sure. Let's see. Wow, okay. So we have another one here. I got a donation for 20, which was amazing. Thank you, whoever that was. I'm not sure I recognize the name, and I'm not going to say it out loud just in case the person doesn't want their name put out there. Okay, perfect. Man, we are cooking with gas tonight, guys. This is awesome. This is really good. Okay. So I will refer to this third person as Jay. Oh, that was you, Doc. Okay. Man, that is very kind. That is very kind of you. So, Doc, I'll put you... Okay. Okay, so you don't mind if I call you Justin instead? I just didn't want to say the name, because some people want to keep their privacy. Alright, you'll be Justin, and thank you so much. And so, there we go, yep. Liz has got it, so let's shuffle the cards here, guys, and let's do this. And thank you guys so much. This has been amazing so far. Okay. You guys have shown me time and time again when I do my lives that you appreciate my work. And that is awesome. Okay, I'll call you Justin. I'll probably call you Doc a few times, just because I'm used to calling you that, but I will try to remember Justin. Alright, let's do this here. Because when I go on here, you know, I started doing this in October. Hi, Maxine. How are you doing? I started doing this in October of last year. Not October of this year, because then I'd be a time traveler, right? So I started doing this, I think, around October. And when I first started out, it was rough going. I mean, I'd have nights where I would just do free readings for 3 or 4 hours, and I would make maybe $5. And, you know, $1 an hour is kind of hard to live on. Just, you know, I'm just going to put that out there. But you guys have shown me that you appreciate what it is that I do, and you guys have made me so grateful and so happy that I can come on here and, you know, just do this for a living, so thank you. Reminds you of Back to the Future. Oh, that's right. That's right. Yeah, I think it was just Doc, wasn't it? Isn't that what he called him? But that's how it started out. You know, that started out... There was hardly anything going on, and... I'm just grateful. I'm grateful to have all that. So let's get these cards going here. And absolutely, absolutely appreciated. And thank you, Liz, for being the moderator, too. I appreciate that very much. And we still have a lot of good plans for this channel. It's just taking me a little bit to realize them, but I still have ideas. I got the class that I'm going to be doing with my mentor, and that is going to be August or October. I'm not sure. His health can be up or down, and he's more of a private person, so it's kind of hard to twist his arm to get him to do stuff. But he has told me he wants to work with me, and so that will be good. And he does mediumship and psychic. He does mediumship and psychic classes, but then he's also been a grief counselor in hospice. And he's done a bunch of different things like that, and so he's very, very in tune when it comes to emotions, when it comes to just mediumship in general. And he did a reading for me for free, and I mean, he busted me like open like a piñata. And I feel like I'm usually pretty hard to read. His first couple things he said, they were wrong. The rest, spot on. I mean, it was incredible. Anyway, so we would be working with him, doing the classes, but I still need to talk to him and get that going, but should be coming up. Okay, so we'll do pile 1, and we'll do pile 2. Here we go. So we'll do pile 1 first, guys. So, give me 1 second here. Okay. Alright, pile 1. Let's see what we get. So we've got attachment. This is for Friday. Attachment. Son of Cups. So this is an interesting card. Look at this card. Look at that right there. You see that black with all of the colors coming out of it? So I'll tell you what that means. So Son of Cups is the Knight of Cups in any other deck. It says Son of Cups. This card just uses different terminology for the signifier cards. So the Moon card here is in reverse. So when I see these right here, Friday we could be dealing with getting rid of attachments to things that no longer serve us. And what I'm talking about here specifically is emotional attachment. Having an emotional attachment to something, almost like we can get addicted to a lot of things, but certain things we can have an emotional... Here you go. I think this is the one you were talking about, or the Moon one, but this is a really pretty card. The Son of Cups is gorgeous. I love that card. But the message behind it is interesting, so I'll go into that. The reason why it's black and then there's color coming out, I'll go into that here in just a second. The Moon card in reverse could be that we are having difficulty listening to our intuition, or our subconscious self. So what this looks like to me is that we could be dealing with something where we're attached too much to a certain outcome to see something for how it really is. So this is something that's very difficult for us to do because, and I've said this before, we are human and we tend to have biases because we're kind of in this. We're kind of in this this thing together, and we're invested into our own personal story. We kind of want the main character to win out, if you kind of, catch my drift. But sometimes we get way too attached to outcomes. We get way too attached to the world and how it works and how it operates, and we feel like we know better than the universe. We feel like we want things to go a certain way. And I'll tell you right now, if we got everything we wanted, as soon as we wanted it, there'd be no reason for us to be here. There's Alan Watts. I don't know if you guys have listened to Alan Watts or heard of Alan Watts. Amazing, amazing stuff. He talks about some really good stuff. But one of the things he talks about is... So he says the universe plays hide-and-go-seek with itself. And every time it finds a piece of itself, it gets excited. And every time we get excited because we find another piece of ourselves, it's us. It's the universe experiencing itself through us. And the universe loves to experience itself. The universe is all about that. Okay? Universe. You and I verse. Right? It's a universe that's created from both you and I. That's how I like to think of it. So when we're talking about, he talks about this. I don't want to get this wrong, so I'm taking a minute to center myself. He says, imagine that you go to sleep every night. That's not hard for me to imagine because I actually do that. But let's just go on here. Imagine you go to sleep every night, and every time you sleep, you have a dream for anywhere from 70 to 80 years. Okay? Right now we're in that dream. Right now we are in the dream. We're in the illusion, the Maya, as he calls it. We're in this thing. We're in this thing called life. We're in this thing called reality. Now, at first, if you were in this dream and you could control every facet of the dream, if you could control every single facet of the dream that you were in, it would be nonstop, it'd be nonstop pleasure town. Whatever pleasure could be for you, it could be food, it could be sex, it could be video games, it could be anything. Whatever it happens to be. It'd be nonstop pleasure for a while, right? Because that's kind of how we operate. Eventually, though, we would get sick of that. We would get sick of the nonstop pleasure. We would get sick of that. And eventually, after a few months of every time we go to sleep, we have 70, 80 years worth of a dream. Eventually, we would be like, you know what? Having everything I want when I want it is amazing, and I love it, but there's nothing to go on here. I'm guiding everything. I'm guiding everything that I'm doing. So then you think, well, what if I made a random button? What if I made a button that every time I'd go to sleep at night, I'd press it, and I would have a dream and it would be random. And the whole point of the dream is for us to discover that we are God in disguise, or we are the universe in disguise. And that to me is very interesting. It's very interesting. We're in these plays, we are convinced that we are who we are. We are this person and we can never be anything else. But we're so much more than that. But we are in these kind of finite bodies. But that's just my kind of point of view. I don't know what you guys think of that. But eventually you would want a dream that was random. You would want a dream where life just happens to you. You don't make it happen. You're not thinking of it. It just sort of happens. And that to me is where we're at now. We're trying to discover ourselves. We're trying to discover the universe. We're trying to heal ourselves. We're trying just to uncover the parts of ourselves that have been covered up. So you guys let me know, was that interesting? Was that something you guys... Like I said, Alan Watts is really good. Good. I'm glad. I'm glad that he's good. Alan Watts is awesome. Love his work. Gotta take a drink here. Hold on. Good, Elizabeth. Awesome. I want to bring different perspectives and points of view. Reminds me of believing in circumstances. I know that probably makes no sense to anyone. I like it. It's okay. It doesn't have to make sense. When you say something, Molly or anybody else, it doesn't have to make sense to me or to anyone else. If it makes sense to you, that's awesome. That's so cool. That's what this is about. I think I understand what you mean, Molly. I've been building an aloe garden. I had a dream of a huge spider, aloe plants walking the world, not frightening, just living. Wow. No. You kind of don't have to believe in anything. The universe has a way of sort of making stuff happen for us, though. And here's something else that I've I think is interesting too. I mean, it's sort of off topic. I'll save it for another time. Never mind. I'll save it for another time because it doesn't quite fit in with what we're talking about. But let's go with pile 2 here for Friday. Let's see what we get. Hopefully you guys like when I do this story time. Okay, so this is coming up again. Let's talk about this. So Friday we have the Temple Path. Then we have the Three of Cups. It's a good thing I can hold these cards up like this because you guys can't see me burp. And then we have the Five of Wands in reverse. So Temple Path, Three of Cups, and Five of Wands in reverse. So what would this mean for this situation? So Five of Wands in reverse, it's no longer a playful kind of sparring energy. It's no longer trying to figure things out. I feel like we're inundated, or we're feeling burdened, or we're feeling heavy. But then I'm feeling like maybe we have friends or we have family that are helping us through the situation. The Temple Path, though, being here, is us trying to, and I keep saying this, however the readings are going, that's how I'm going to read it. So it's going into a more spiritual direction. The Temple Path here, for me, when I look at this card, it doesn't show it here, you guys. I don't know if I can show you. It's not a yin-yang symbol right here. This is not a yin-yang symbol. It makes me think of it, though. And the Temple Path is about the duality that we've talked about before, which is, like I've said, how do humans learn? From the very, very beginning, we learn by comparison. We learn by looking at this thing, comparing it to that thing. Even from a very young age, we learn the difference between a dog and a cat. We learn the difference between night and day. But the only reason we can learn the difference is because there's comparison. So we learn through a duality construct or through a duality universe. So we learn what this means because we know what that means. Are you guys following with that so far? So it's going to be Friday, so Thursday and Friday. It's more of a spiritual reading. Thursday and Friday, we're going to be looking at integrating the wholeness of ourselves. We're going to be looking at integrating just life in general, right? And I talked about the word courage on this channel before. So it's either from Greek or from Latin, the word C-O-U-R, right? That is the base of the word courage, and it basically means wholeheartedness. Courage, the way we know it, isn't necessarily that, but to be courageous is to be wholehearted, and to be wholehearted is to integrate all parts of the self, including the shadow side, including that, all of that stuff. And when we're doing the healing work that I talk about on this channel, that is exactly what we're doing, is we're integrating parts of ourselves back. We're calling parts of ourselves back to us, and we're saying, you've had fun out there, but now come over here. And then we eventually have a union of the adult with the inner child, and eventually there can be some cooperation there. And from that's where the spiritual gifts lie. Once we've started to integrate ourselves fully, we can start developing spiritual gifts. But until we've integrated ourselves, it's harder to do. We can still develop those, but it's kind of like, to me, it's not necessarily reliable. It takes more time, or it takes, like, things are going on that we have to focus on besides just developing spiritual gifts. So, okay, let's move on here. So, Elizabeth, you had your question. Would you want to ask your question? And thank you guys for listening to me talk. I appreciate that. That is the end of my TED Talk, so you guys can go about doing whatever it is you're doing. Hold on one second. There we go. We got the list. Okay. So that's something too. I'll just say this really quick. Reminds me of the strength card, courage, rather than the lion, the inner child. I like your talk. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. And the strength card is interesting because you'll notice that the woman is not controlling the lion in the card. There's a woman and a lion in the card. And in the strength card, the woman is not controlling the lion. She's holding the leash, and generally she's holding it loosely, like with an open hand, showing that she's in control of that kind of nature. But it's interesting because you're not pulling on the lion to get it to do what you want it to do. It's sort of just happening. Okay, so let me see this. I would like to know the real truth behind the connection I have with my best friend, who is also the guy I'm in love with. I don't like to believe in the one because love is a skill, and I don't know fully what is in store for us, but I do know I want to open my heart up more to him, even though that is so hard for me to do so. Okay, so hard for you to do. Okay. Absolutely. On this channel, if you're wondering what Elizabeth is referring to when we're talking about love is a skill, that's because I really do think it is. I did not learn how to love, and I did not know how to love implicitly. I had to learn it. I had to learn it as a skill when I talk with my partner. When I'm learning things, love, it to me, is a skill. It is something we learn, it is something we harness, and it is something we get better at with time when we know that it is a skill and something that we can build up. Okay, he means a lot to me, and I would love to know why we were placed into each other's lives in such a spiritual way. I had a premonition about him, and we hadn't talked for 2 years, but I told him the dream, and it all became really real. Okay, let's look here. Because a lot of us, and I'll just say this, a lot of us have learned love from media, like movies, like Disney movies, Hallmark movies, Lifetime movies. A lot of us have learned love and what that could possibly look like from these kinds of shows, or from reading books, or from all this kind of stuff. and it gives us this sense of romanticism where we're able to read our partner's mind, and we're able to do all this crazy stuff because we never fight, there's no arguments. But in an actual relationship, there's going to be fights and arguments so that you can grow together as a couple, and it actually makes things better, not worse. Constant fighting isn't good, but having boundaries, or having things to work on together as a couple is what strengthens the connection. Okay. I always feel drawn to him, and he and I are always having visions about each other. So strange. Well, let's look here. So the real reason why he's in your life. Let me do these ones here. Hold on 1 second, guys. It seems like I'm distracted. I'm looking for a text message here. So if it seems like I'm a little distracted, that's what I'm doing. I'm still in the game, though, don't worry. He really changed the way I view love. Our friendship alone has not been smooth sailing, but we have a strong bond. Meaning the relationship has been cultivated through hard work. I hear you. And thank you for the rose. Jackass number 4. Meaning the relationship has been cultivated through hard work, not fleeting movie romance. Huh. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So it just takes... It takes time and understanding to be in that place. So let's see what we get for Elizabeth. 8 years. Wow. That's a long time. My relationship's been 13 years, and I've learned so much. I've learned so much from her that it really has helped make me a better person. And it's driven me crazy because you think you got it figured out. And I'll tell you right now, as an emotionally closed off man, learning to be more emotionally open, you don't. I don't have any of it figured out. I'm learning. I'm hoping I'm getting it. But I really don't have any of it figured out. I'm trying, though. Okay. So why was this person placed in your life, Elizabeth? Let's see. Give me 1 second here. I'm going to shuffle some more cards. Let's do this. There we go. Alrighty. Let's do this here. But we both do say we love each other. I like that. I think that's awesome. I remember a little bit about you talking about this before. Let's see what we get here. And thank you for the preface. Or preface. The whole thing. I appreciate that. Let's see what we get here, though. So what I get here is so this is funny. So I have Journey in reverse. You were going to go see him, right? And then that fell through, if I can remember correctly. Then we have Strategy in reverse, and we have Adjacent Possibilities in reverse. And I'll read these to you. I've got other cards underneath, though, so hold on. I feel like this person's main goal is to teach you about, right now, it feels like it's a connection where this person is teaching you about love, this person's teaching you about life, And I'm feeling like this is supposed to happen for you. This is supposed to be something where you're both. I feel like you're teaching him too. It's not just you. It's not just you. It's not just him teaching you. You're definitely teaching him as well. It hasn't necessarily all been roses, which is a good sign usually. It's good when we're in a relationship or when we're wanting to be in a relationship that both parties voice their opinion as soon as there's an issue or a problem, so that way resentment does not build up, right? And that's hard to do. That's hard for both people to talk about things. And sometimes we just have bad days, or we're hangry. That's one of my favorite ones to experience is hanger, which is hungry anger, which is not fun. That's not a fun thing. But that's what I'm seeing here, is that this person was brought in to help teach you things. I got these cards underneath, so on Journey, I get Page of Wands in reverse, which to me was a bit of a, that was a bit of a disappointment. But when I see Page of Wands in reverse, it's waiting for the right moment for things to begin, and I feel like you guys just said to each other, it just wasn't the right time. It just wasn't quite there. I'm sorry it didn't happen the way we felt like it was supposed to, but... Yeah. I hear you. You good boy? Of course he's an earth and air sign. Why wouldn't he be? It seems like everybody is. But, the King of Swords on strategy in reverse here is making me think, are you guys planning another... are you planning to see each other? Why does it feel... Is this true? Okay. The month of June came in, but June of next year, as possibly meeting each other in June of next year. I don't know if that's what you were thinking or planning on, but maybe summer of next year would be when you guys could meet each other. I'm not really sure, but to me that feels like there's something brewing here. I feel like you're going to have another chance to meet up with each other. Yes? Okay. You have all your toys right there. You do. He likes to put the toys in his mouth and then scream as loud as he can, claiming that he has in fact killed the toy. Yeah, you do? Okay, buddy. I love you. I gotta do some readings, though. Okay? You start your own YouTube channel and you get paid to meow, then I will support you as much as I can. Okay? Alright. He's getting his visa near December or January. Okay. So when he gets his visa, I'm wondering if it's going to be a while before he can travel. He's amazing. He is amazing. We named him Yoshi, and by golly, he actually does like fruit. And we named him Yoshi before we realized he liked fruit. And it is the funniest thing. You open a cantaloupe or a honeydew melon, he is on your ass. I mean, he's right there. You crack open a banana, in fact, I say Nana when I want to get him out of a certain situation, and he thinks I'm going to give him a piece, but I usually don't, because it gives cats diabetes. Stopped doing that a long time ago. Okay, but then when we have adjacent possibilities in reverse, and Six of Wands, the open communication is good. That's a really good thing here. It feels like, Elizabeth, it feels like there's been issues. It feels like there's been things going on here, and it feels like it's been maybe one issue after another one. But I do feel like there's still a connection here, there's still a sense of celebration, and there's still a sense of you guys really, really vibing with each other. But it just feels like whenever you guys set a plan, or whenever something becomes more concrete, things get pushed back. And so I will say this, I feel like June of next year, or maybe a little bit before, I do feel like when the person gets the visa, it's not going to be immediate. Hopefully it will be, but for some reason June is coming up. Maybe April of next year is coming up as a possible something that can happen there, but that's what I'm seeing here. And, yeah. If both of you guys leave to go to the airport at the same time, your planes can cross each other and you guys can just jump out, hold hands, and parachute, and wherever you land, you can start your life right there. I'm a bit of a romantic, so that's just what I would do. But honestly, though, good connection. I feel like this person's just here to teach you stuff, just here to teach you about life, you to teach them about life. Everyone's a teacher, right? And it is always things out of our control as to why we can't see each other. Absolutely. They're out of your control, but it's one of those things that it's like, if it's not meant to be, it's not meant to be. Oh, his birthday is on April 28th and I'm June 11th. Oh, okay, so that's why I was seeing April and June. So possibly a birthday visit, something going on there. Here's the weird thing. My birthday is April 28th too. That is so weird. Taurus for life. April 28th, absolutely. That's cool. Well, maybe you guys can shoot right for May, and then it's like right in the middle. But just so for Elizabeth, he's a teacher for you. He's someone who's teaching you a lot about life in a way that I feel like this learning from him in the way that you're learning from him now is specifically tailored for you. And it's specifically tailored for you to learn about love, to learn about life, and to learn about things because you said it's hard for you to open up. The way you're communicating with this person, it's not super intense. I feel like there's emotion there. I'm not saying that's the case, but I feel like there's distance right now, and because of that, it's allowing you to let down your guard. I feel like you're someone who is very open and kind, but I also feel like you're someone who can put up a wall. And not necessarily like you want that wall to be there, but it's just something that you do. And I feel like people have to sort of walk through your wall, walk through your maze, and then they get to you, which is perfect because the boundaries are going to help you with attracting the right people in your life. I knew it. I always meet Taurus, and April 28th Taurus are abundant in my life. They're not as abundant in mine. I'm the only one I know of. But it makes me kind of special. A little bit of a Lorax figure myself. Means to say I have a mustache and I'm very orange. I don't know. But that's what I'm seeing here. Elizabeth, does that make sense to you? Hold on 1 second. Okay, so there we go. I'm getting my text messages coming in from my mom, so just responding to those. All right, so Amber, are you still there? Would you want to get your question answered here? You too, Elizabeth. Thank you so much for helping to support the channel. And if you guys want to ask a question and get the prices reduced, right here, if you go on Patreon, it's $7 for one question if you sign up to my Patreon. Instead of 10. Or $18 for 3 questions. Go for it, Amber. What are you doing? Reflection is always a good, that to me is a good indicator of not being someone who is, of being someone who's more present, I guess. Sometimes we can overthink about the past, absolutely, but I do think that reflection is absolutely necessary. Thank you very much. Yes, if you guys can like and subscribe, it would help support the channel immensely. I would really, really appreciate it. For those of you that are new watching the channel. And if you don't feel comfortable with that just yet, watch how I work, and then maybe we can arrange a deal of some sort. Because I try to be kind and give attention to everybody as much as I can. Okay. What really happened with Ebony? I thought we were friends, but always felt this competition vibe too. Every time I think about Lewis, his friend pops up. I've always found that strange. Okay. What really happened with Ebony? Thought we were friends. Okay, let's look at that question first. Obviously, it's good to start with one question at a time. Hazel, how you doing, huh? Ah, she's out of here. Alright, what really happened? Ebony, okay. What happened with Ebony? Okay, so okay. Did Ebony talk bad about Amber behind her back? So let's Did Ebony talk bad behind Amber's back? Alright, let's look here. So I get these two cards in reverse. Fourth Chakra, Archangel Raphael, and Door to Romance in reverse. So it feels to me, with this situation, you could only get so close to Ebony, right? You could only get so close, and you felt like something was off. And then I get Goddess of the Moon, right here. I would say trust your intuition. If you felt like something was off, things did not seem quite right, trust that, because to me, it looks like, yeah, there was something going on here. There was talking behind the back, or there was something where this person wasn't completely honest and upfront with you. It feels like there's something where we're missing something with this person. And I feel like there could be the competition vibe that you were talking about, but also it's just like this person's heart seemed closed off, or this person's sense of self seems kind of closed off. So that's what I'm feeling here for Ebony. It feels like I definitely think there could have been something here, but I feel like you already know that, because we had Goddess of the Moon, which to me is trusting our intuition and sort of understanding that. Now, her doing this to you, though, Amber, that does not mean anything towards you. This is someone who has their issues, and that's how that goes. So it has nothing to do with you or your sense of self or your worth as a person at all. This has nothing to do with you. It's just some people don't know how to be supportive or how to be there for other people, and so instead there can be this kind of situation here where they're closed off and they are not open in the way they communicate. They're not upfront. Let me put it that way. They are not as upfront as they could be. Does that help answer that question, Amber? She's beautiful and talented and had no reason to act the way she did. Some people just, they'll act the way they're going to act because they don't know how to do anything different. Again, it's not, and I know saying it this way, it comes across as insensitive, right? I've always been supportive of her, but I feel like she sabotaged my connections with mutual friends. So I would say, Amber, listen to that, and then just kind of back away from that connection, if you can. Like, don't be as friendly or as supportive. Be neutral Be neutral with her as much as possible. And if people are doing this, realize that I want to say don't take it personally, but that sounds insensitive. But it's not a personal thing, even though it happened to you personally. People just kind of do what they do, and eventually this one will start to heal. But it does feel like this person doesn't know how to be a supportive person. This person doesn't know how to be there in that way. I feel like you do, Amber. You know how to be supportive. You know how to be there for people. But other people right now in your circle, I feel like there's a lot of people that don't get it. and you shouldn't have to teach them how to treat you. You should literally just be in their presence once, and they would have an idea of how to treat you with respect. And if they don't the first time you meet them, then you'll know in the future that they're not going to treat you with respect the rest of the time, because they've already shown you how they are, or what they could do. But sometimes we get in connections and later on we see the true colors of these people. But again, it's something we can kind of suss out earlier on when we get better at spotting these kinds of things. It has nothing to do with you. Again, I know that's probably not helping the situation, but the way a person acts generally reflects on their character, not yours. So I just want you to understand that moving forward, that other people can make us feel like we're doing something or whatever, but they're giving us something that's from their own sense of self, and they're trying to project it onto us. And in turn, they're just projecting themselves onto us and trying to push us away a lot of the time. So that's what I'm seeing here. And when I see the door to romance, I don't know if either of you were ever after the same guy or if anything happened that way. But when I see door to romance in reverse, that's kind of what it's making me think of. So there could be something there as well. I'm not really sure. But that's what I'm thinking. And then the word casual connection came into my head as well. So is this someone who's in your life a lot, or is this someone who's kind of on the side of your life? Like they're not necessarily a main character kind of vibe. Okay, so that makes sense. All right. I don't have proof, but I think she intentionally pursued guys I was interested in. I don't talk to her anymore, but might see her soon. Okay, so we've talked about this before on the channel. We do what's called gray rocking, where we talk to the person, but we talk about very surface things. We don't give the person, we don't tell them our dreams. We don't, like our dreams for the future, slept with. I figured. I'm sorry that. But we try to keep them emotionally out of our lives as much as possible, so we almost are very deadpan with them. We don't give them emotional responses, and if they try to get us to give emotional responses, we further shut down. We don't give them what they want, because sometimes these people will keep pushing us until we respond or we react and we explode, and then they call us crazy. So the best thing for us to do is to do what's called gray rocking, where we can still be nice, we can be whatever, but we do not let the person into our inner life. We don't let them in. We still keep things casual, like I said, casual connection, but we don't let them in further. If they ask us what our plans are, just be like, this or that, or give an answer that's very nondescript, very vague, because odds are, more than likely, they're just wanting to hear what you have to say for a second, and then they'll move on to something else. So even if you give them a vague answer, they're probably not going to ask follow-up questions, and if they try to, then we can change the subject, or we can do something along those lines. But generally speaking, we want to keep the connection very, very neutral. Like you're talking to a stranger, and you just keep it that way forever. I mean, that's the best way to describe it. How's the weather? It's hot. At least that's how my conversations with that go, but so like I said, if that happens, or if you're in a situation where you have to talk to these people, make sure that you do the gray rock or you do the non-emotional responses. Because these people feed off of emotional responses. If you have an angry tone in your voice, or if you're this or if you're that. But if you're very like mellow and you're very calm, they get bored with that. And that's exactly what you want. You don't want these people around, so make them bored.
Hey, buddy.
Does that help answer the first question, Amber? You're probably typing right now, so just wait a second. Okay. So I'm confused on the second question. So you said, okay, so you said, every time I think about Lewis, his friend pops up. I've always found that strange. Any insight to how he currently feels? The friend or Lewis? I'm just curious here. I assume you mean Lewis. But I don't know. These ones over here. Okay, I figured that's what you meant, just making sure. So let's look at how how does Lewis currently feel towards Amber? Was this the one that we've done readings for before that is a kind of a mean guy? I feel like can't remember for sure. But let's look at how Lewis currently feels. Okay. How does Lewis currently feel about Amber? So there's a lot here. I get these cards coming up. So we get the Sun, we get third chakra, Archangel. Yes, not your favorite. Sorry, you're good, Amber. You're good. So we get the Sun, we get Victory, and we get third chakra, Archangel Shamuel. You're good, Amber. It's your life. I remember we've talked about him before. This here with Lewis, I do feel there could be a connection possibly coming back with him. But the first card on how he feels is victory, which to me is interesting. It's almost like there was something he had to surmount, or there was an obstacle he had to get over. I'll draw some more cards here just to see, but I'm feeling like this person could be coming back or could be making an appearance as a possibility. Something I feel like could happen with this. But from what we've talked about before, when we're talking about the narcissistic side, or when we're talking about people that are just manipulative through and through, they're not going to change. They're not going to be a different person. They may act like they're different or something's different, but generally people like that, they never change. I'm not saying that to be, hey Ty, I'm feeling good, how are you? I'm just letting you in, Amber. I don't want you to get yourself in a situation and think that maybe things could be different. I'll look at the cards here, though, and see what it says a little bit more about it. Okay, so we got this card. We get this one. So the victory, underneath victory, there is Knight of Coins, which is interesting to me. I'm wondering if this is something like a financial situation that's going on here. Maybe something where I don't know if you guys are tied financially together in any way, but this to me is interesting. Victory, Knight of Coins. That is interesting. I'll look more into that here in a second. The third chakra, Archangel Shamuel here. And then the Four of Cups in reverse. It is making me feel like there could be an impromptu meeting. Like something could happen with this person in the next... I'm almost thinking like 3 weeks, maybe 3 to 6 weeks. There could be something happening. Maybe a little bit sooner, but it feels like this person's going to be coming back around. And then I get the Sun card, and then I get the Hierophant. So I'm going to say this, Amber. I'll just throw that out. I'll just throw this out there. We've done readings for this person before. I know how I feel about him, as you so plainly put it. So I'll say this. If this person comes back into your life in some way, before you open the door to them, I also ask, because after the last reading, his friend contacted me out of the blue, and I'm concerned about both of their motives. Is he single? Okay, let's see here. So, I get a feeling awesome, Ty. I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear you had a good day, my friend. So when I see the Hierophant and then I see the Sun card, I'm just going to say this. Awesome, Doc. I love the positivity, you guys. You're being really awesome. Love it. Helping to build each other up. And I'll address your question here in just a second, Amber. I'm going to say this. Be weary with this connection. That's the only thing I'm going to say. When I see the Four of Cups in reverse here, Knight of Coins and Victory, it's making me feel like you're a commodity, not necessarily viewed as a person. It's making me feel like you're more of a commodity. and I hate the way that sounds. But with this person and the friend, it feels like there's something going on here that's not on the level. But is he single? Let's look. I don't know if he's the kind of guy that would stop at having a relationship and then going out and dating other women. I don't know if single would have anything to do with that. I feel like we've talked about. Anyway, let me do this here. Is Lewis single? Let's see. I'm sorry, Amber, but it sounds like I'm busting your balls here. I'm just trying to... I feel like you're doing good, and a lot of times when we break out of ways of behaving, when we break out of, like, healing ourselves, when we start to do that, assholes just flood. Assholes just flood the room because they realize you're healing yourself. They realize you're working on something, and they're like, wait, we don't want to lose the connection. We don't want to lose what's going on here. And they will come back to you in droves. It'll start with one person, and then it can be 2 or 3 people. As soon as you start changing and start thinking like to cut people out or to get rid of certain relationships because they were no longer serving you, they come back in. They just come back in. It's like they have a sense for it. But let's see. Is he single? Okay. Let's see what we get here. He's playing with his little toy. There you go. Kick it, buddy. He's a cute one. He's one of the good ones. He's imitating me when he does that, because when I'm done with the lives, I just go in my room and I lay on my side and I kick my pillow, just like he kicks that little mouse he had. All right, so let's see what we got here. Is he single? Oh, yeah, I love cats. They are amazing and cute and lovely, and he can be sometimes mean and grumpy and, you know, but they're good. They're good little fellas. Okay. Let's do this here. Is Lewis single? Is Lewis single? What are his motives? Let's do those 2 questions here. Is Lewis single? And I get the 3 of cups. Or the 3 of coins. Is Lewis single? And I get the 3 of coins. To me, I feel like there's other parties interested in Lewis, and I don't feel like Lewis would say no. I don't necessarily... He could be in a relationship, but to me it feels like I guess the way I would say it is like he is sampling other parties, I guess. I don't know how to word that without coming across as really creepy and weird. That's what I feel, though. And then, what are his intentions? And we get the Page of Cups in reverse. So, the Page of Cups upright is like emotional understanding and that kind of thing. When it's in reverse, though, to me, it could be a sign of emotional manipulation, or it could be a sign of someone who's coming in your life just to kind of see where you're at, and if you're in a good place, they're going to take that energy, and if you're not in a good place, I feel like they're going to try and weasel their way in even more. So when you start changing things, when things start to change in your life, Psychically, sometimes we bring these people closer, but it's only so that we can sever the connection at the root. That's the way I would want you to visualize this, because I don't get good intentions with this person, and single or not, I don't think it would matter. I don't think this person cares enough about people to give a shit on being single or not, or being monogamous, or being faithful. I get a sense that this person does what they want when they want, and they're not the kind to apologize or admit they're wrong. Maybe at gunpoint they would admit they're wrong, but I feel like it would take some serious pressure there. So that's what I'm getting for that one. Does that help you, Amber? And if these people try to come back in your life, be super, super cautious, or just cut them off if you can, because I do not like this person's energy. I mean, we've talked about it before, but I just want you to be safe. And I don't think you deserve to have someone in your life that brings you down, personally. So, but you can do you. You know, these are just suggestions. I am going to go take a potty break. When I come back, I will address your last question, okay, Amber? So give me 1 second. I'll be back. Hold on. You are making good progress, Amber. And to keep moving forward, if you need to come on here and I can help hold you accountable towards moving forward and to keep that stride going, that's what I'm all about, okay? You don't have to come on here and even pay for anything. I just want you to understand that when you're here, I want you to have accountability in the fact that you're improving, things are getting better, and realize that there is progress, okay? And that's something that I feel like we all need someone to help us with accountability, someone to help us with just being there. And that's what I want this community to be when I come on here and I go live. That's what I want us to do. So you're doing good. You're doing really, really good. And I know the videos you've watched, I know the different things you're learning. I know it can be hard. And sometimes we think of the old ways, sometimes we think of how things used to be, but there is a lot of freedom in realizing that we can change the way our life is from the ground up, and that's kind of what we're doing now. And change is going to be scary at first, but eventually it gets easier, and you start attracting people in your life that reflect back your value, which is saying that you trust yourself more. Okay. I am full of burps tonight. So let me look at this here. So how can you open yourself up more? So the third question, how can you open yourself up more? So when we're talking about opening ourselves up more, we need to lean into a few different things. I'm learning this as I go along too, right? My mentor that I'm learning mediumship from, a lot of learning mediumship applies to everything else. So I will share my experiences with you, Amber, and we can go from there. So when we're talking about opening up more, the best thing we can do to help ourselves open up more is to feel safe in whatever space we're in. If we feel safe and we feel comfortable, it's going to be more natural for us to open up. It's going to be more natural for us to feel like, okay, I can let my guard down a little bit. And that comes in time, because there's going to be points where we're outside in the world, where we're not always going to be at home and in a comfortable environment. We could be outside in the world and have things happening to us, and that can be difficult for us to kind of get a handle on. The best thing for us to do is to be as emotionally expressive and true to ourselves as we can be. So if we're feeling sad, or if we're feeling angry, or if we're feeling whatever, that's a good way to do it. But I assume when you're talking about opening up, you're talking about just having a sense of ease with life, I would imagine. Something like that, where things flow a little bit more easier. So am I correct in saying that's what you mean by opening up? Or is there another meaning that you would be talking about? Feel free to say yes or no, or whatever fits with you, Amber. I'm here to listen. Okay, so the love and connections part, Amber, is gonna... my cat just bit my foot. Ow. Stop it. It's like a Sour Patch Kid. First he's sweet and then he's sour. Anyway. So, you want to be more open to love and connections. Okay, so this is going to happen, and you're probably not going to really like the answer, but I'll tell you from what I understand. Okay, it comes with time. It comes with learning what that looks like. So a lot of us that grew, I feel like the people I've dealt with have broken my trust romantically and professionally, and I hold myself back a lot. That makes sense. That makes absolute sense, Amber. And so I can definitely understand where you're coming from. Not that you need my validation, but I'm just saying I can understand that. So in time, when we've learned more about ourselves, how we operate, we'll do that less and less often. We won't put ourselves out there so much that we can get hurt in the process. We'll be cautiously optimistic And then eventually we'll be a lot more optimistic. But right now, we're in a place where we need to understand what that looks like. We've had our trust broken a lot of times. We've had our intuitive GPS that all of us are born with. We've had that kind of go on the fritz for a minute because we're trying to recalibrate it. We've had that intuitive GPS lead us astray a few times because we grew up the way we did. Now we're going to take back control of that, and we're going to reorganize the brain, like get those circuits flowing again, but this time in a way that's more productive. And that just takes time and learning what it looks like. What would a healthy person's view of life look like? Or what would a secure attachment style in that sense look like? So the videos are going to be helpful that I've shared many times. Not because of just the content themselves, but there can be examples and there can be ways that you can see how someone would act in the situation that wouldn't necessarily be toxic, or what you could do if things were happening in your situation. So you're looking at taking back yourself, you're looking at taking back your own personal soul, your own personal self, and in that process of taking that back, it's going to feel like we're losing a lot, because we're kind of digging into something new in quotation marks, because we haven't really expressed ourselves before in a true, authentic way. So right now, Amber, it's going to be just you focusing on healing as much as you can. The openness comes later, because people, and I'll say this right now, people earn your openness. People earn your trust. You don't just give it to people. I want you to have that moving forward, where you do not just trust people implicitly anymore. They kind of have to earn it, or they have to at least show you that they are on your team, or they're at least helpful in some way, because it's led us astray by letting other people come in and do whatever they want, whenever they want, and however they please. It's made it so that we don't trust people now, because we've let other people walk all over us, and they did just that. They walked all over us many times, and so now we need to claim back ourselves and say, I'm not going to allow that anymore. And eventually, you'll start seeing better people come into your life, and then eventually you'll start being able to let your guard down and trust in the love and the romantic side of things. But right now is still in that place where if you're feeling bitter right now, Amber, if you're feeling angry and upset over how things have been, feel those things. That's good. That's good that you're feeling that way, because it means that you're valuing yourself and you're saying, I didn't deserve that. That's good. I want you to take that moving forward. I want you to still be you, but people have to earn your company. They have to earn your trust, because people don't get in for free anymore. People have to show you that they're kind. People have to show you that they are willing to help you out as you would help them out. And I don't want you to bend over backwards for people. I don't want you to do that anymore. And again, we learn how to not be a people pleaser the more we go into this kind of situation. But you're doing good now, Amber. But it takes time. It takes time to get into that stride and to say how we feel and when we feel it, and to not feel like we're breaking someone's trust. Or in a lot of ways, if we've done people pleasing, it is going to be incredibly hard for us to say no to anything. It will be so hard that it would feel better to actually do the thing. But trust me, it's important now to establish no as a part of your vocabulary. To establish, I don't appreciate that, no, I don't want to do that. And then if people say, why, do you have something going on? Is there anything happening? You just say, no, I just don't want to do it. I want you to be savage with your honesty eventually. Learn how to speak your mind. Don't say you have plans if you don't. Just say, I don't want to do it. Like, be honest to yourself. Be that person, because I feel like you have that in you. I feel like you have that persona of, like, just because. I don't want to do it just because. No one needs to know why you don't want to do it. You can just say no anyway. If someone asks, then you can say, I just don't want to. But and that takes time. And honestly, Amber, I'm coming at you from the perspective of how I am learning things now. I still have a hard time with that. That's something that it just takes time, and you need to be more and more comfortable with yourself and more comfortable with your worth in order for you to say no, in order for you to feel like your opinion and your voice matters, and that takes time because we're working on healing the critical voice that's in your head right now. We're working on making that a more gentle voice, and in the process, we need to just realize that takes time. So does that help answer that question, Amber? Good. You're on the road, you're doing well, and I want you, Amber, if you can do this for me, and for you, I want you to, when we're reflecting on things that have happened to us, when we're reflecting on things that happened in the past, I want you to realize, you're very welcome, Amber, but I want you to realize that the past, we made mistakes, or we did our thing, but we're learning from those things now. So I don't want you to think that we're tied to that past and that we can't learn or grow from it. I want you to keep moving forward. I want you to keep evolving and growing, because you're going to thank yourself. You're doing a good thing. So, and you're very welcome I enjoy taking my time. So okay, so, Doc, do you have some or Justin, do you have some questions? See, I told you I'd call you by the wrong name. I predicted it in the prophecies past. Didn't mean to do that. It was weird timing too. Anyway. Go for it, Doc. Okay, Justin. So let's do this. So let's make the questions a little more concise so that I can understand. You have two questions. You want to open yourself up more emotionally, and then you're wondering about your job. Are those the two questions? Just so I understand that. Because you did good listing them. I'm thinking here. So two questions are just like a reading. Better yourself emotionally. Okay. I always go into, just gotta stretch here. You have it right. Okay. So I'll do this here. And we'll do Justin's question. Okay, so we talk about it on the channel a lot. When we're talking about opening up more emotionally, there's a lot of things here, and especially if we're a man, you know, if we're opening up. Oh, hey Ty. So you would be next in line after, or a general question. Okay, like the whole chat can take it. It's not a personal question. If so, hold on to that thought, Ty. I'm talking with Justin right now, so hold on for just a minute, and then we can get to your question, okay? But we can do that. I'm just going to do this here. Okay. So, Justin, as we've talked a few times, quite a few times, I will say. And the one thing that I feel like comes up a lot, especially when, so you're a young man, you're watching the channel, you want to open up more emotionally, you want to have a sense of, like, that emotional depth. Thank you, Ty, I appreciate that, my friend. So if we're wanting to do something where we're opening up more emotionally, we have to understand what that would mean. And a lot of times we have to go through society's programming. I've said this on the channel a few times. Men in society, especially in the West, we are told to have two emotions. Those two emotions that we can have are happiness and anger. Okay? Those are the two. We don't get sadness and we don't get fear. We can't be scared of anything. Even really scary spiders. We can't be scared of those. And they're big, you know. But in all upfrontness, we're told we have two emotions. We have anger, we have happiness. Those are okay for us to express. Anything else is wrong. And so we have to undo the learning that we've had in taking in that sense of self from society or from our own parents, from our upbringing. Suck it up, don't do that, don't be such a wuss, don't be such a girl. Horrible things to say, especially the last one. What's wrong with being a girl? Anyway, but it's one of those things that we need to change over time. So to open up more emotionally, we have to understand what that would mean. So to be emotionally open would mean to be vulnerable with ourself. That would mean to have thoughts, connect those with feelings, and be able to express them without feeling like we're going to die, or without feeling like it's too much. I myself struggle with feeling like my emotions can be too much, feeling like it's too hard to take sometimes because that's something that's just difficult for us to understand, being men, right? So when I'm getting more emotionally in touch with myself, the thing we have to realize is no matter what emotion we're experiencing, and sometimes we're experiencing numbness. That can be another thing too, but numbness is also something that's covering something else. A lot of times, right behind that numb feeling, or right behind that sense of like, it's kind of like a disassociation, but right behind that lies the emotion, but we need to work through the things that led up to us being congested in the first place, emotionally congested. So, going into this, okay, hold on one second. Hold on, guys. Okay. So, as far as that goes, as far as it goes with what was I saying? Lost my train of thought. Hold on one second. Okay, so being emotionally vulnerable, having that be a state of mind that we're in, that's going to be something that's going to help us But in order to get to that vulnerable state, we have to realize why we have trouble expressing ourselves emotionally. So, I've struggled with depersonalization since around December. It's been constant and it hasn't gone away. It's extremely numbing, and it's to the point where I don't recognize myself in the mirror. Okay, so that right there, to me, there's emotions that are wanting to come up. There's emotions that are wanting to come out. I feel the feelings that I have, but they don't feel charged, if that makes sense. Makes perfect sense. I've dealt with that myself, the depersonalization, the disassociation. I had that for a while. And so I understand where that's coming from. And we need to get back into living our own life, living in our own skin. And the way we get back into that is to get into the emotional part. So you coming here and saying, I need to open up more emotionally, I feel like is the path that we can take towards having you be more, having you feel like yourself. Let me put it that way. So with that being said, a lot of times we could be kind of hiding things from ourselves, or we could be going through different things. The psychology of working through kind of buried emotions has a lot of weight to it. And so we have to realize where these emotions could be coming from, where they could be buried. So I'm going to say this. So, Doc, how would you describe your childhood in a few words? I mean, you don't have to go into a ton of detail. I understand that's a huge question. But how would you describe your childhood? Did you feel seen? Did you feel taken care of? Did you feel like you were taken care of? Or did you feel like you were a nuisance and you were sort of tolerated? Or, like, how did you feel growing up in your family? Okay, your childhood was confusing, so you felt a sense of ambiguity. You felt a sense of vagueness. Okay, but they were severe drunks and it really took a toll on my sister. Okay, so that right there, that comes from kind of an abuse background here. Especially where they were severe drunks. You felt like they didn't care, they weren't 3 to 4 a.m., and his arguing would continue on for hours. Okay, so you didn't feel safe in the home. And because of that, and it would get physical at times. Okay, see, that's, okay, this is where we're coming from. Okay. So we're dealing with, you had everything you needed, right? But you didn't have the care, the affection, or the sense of feeling safe in your own home. So you had everything you needed, but you didn't have security. You didn't have a sense of belonging necessarily, and on top of that, the sister was there too, and you had to watch everything kind of happen. So there was a lot of not feeling safe in the home, and because of that, I'm feeling like there's a lot of you not feeling safe in your body, and that's why we're depersonalizing. Does that make sense? Absolutely, you didn't feel safe in that situation. I completely understand. I had to deal with a drunk parent myself. So I understand part of that. So we'll work through this together, okay? We'll talk about this, we'll get things going. I want you to feel like this is a safe space. This is safe for you, we can talk. So we'll talk here. Oh, I just need to stretch. Oops. Use this here really quick. Absolutely, you could. You were raised in an environment where you had to be hyper vigilant. Just their demeanor. But like I said, hypervigilance in your environment, meaning that you're always scanning to see if something's going on. And you could tell immediately if they were drunk or if their demeanor had changed, and that made it so you felt unsafe even further. And it's one of those situations where it's hard to describe it, but it's actually something that there's been a lot of documented research on growing up with drunk parents, or on growing up with parents that are addicted to any number of substances. But you were in that situation, and the loud arguing and screaming and thudding and banging all around the house continued on every night from about the age of 12 to your current age of 17. Okay, so I understand now why you want to get your own place. Makes complete sense. I can totally understand that. You're wanting to get out of that situation as soon as possible. And once we've established a new situation, we can focus on the healing, because right now I want you to focus on healing. We'll talk about some stuff. But just fireworks going off. But especially once you've left and you have your own place, that's where the real healing can begin, because you're not constantly being re-triggered by the same kind of issues, right? When we're in our own place, that will be a sense of safety. That will be a real sense of safety, because then you don't have to deal with whatever they're doing. Okay. So because of your parents' tendency to avoid reality, okay, through drinking, which literally is them saying, I'm here physically, but mentally I'm completely gone. I feel like right now you're currently going through that same kind of situation. Not because you're drinking, but because we take on kind of how our parents are. And so we need to get to the core issue of what's going on here. So part of it could be that we feel a sense of abandonment, like our mom and dad weren't there to help us in our life. And in fact, in a pretty large chunk here, 12 to 17, those are pretty formative years. Those are very formative years for us. So the best thing to do is when we can get you into a safe space, we can start the healing process even more so. But right now, the one thing I want you to be able to do until you get to the place where you want to live is I want you to allow yourself, and I know this is going to sound kind of unintuitive, I know it will, but I want you to allow yourself to feel. You're still feeling things. You are still feeling things. You're not feeling the charge that you're talking about, but that's because we've disconnected. It's not because there's no emotion there, it's because there's a disconnection of the self. When we learn that we can be safe, we can start coming back more and more into our body, but the way we do that is we have to start kind of feeling now, maybe journaling. The one thing we can do is if we're feeling numb, we allow ourselves to feel numb, and then we can write that we're feeling numb. We can do something, because generally speaking, when we start going on that path, we have other emotions come in. Numbness, you're probably feeling numbness because to you, the amount of anger and pain that you're feeling would be so much that it would be hard for you to express. And so we need to start venting that out now. We need to start venting out the anger. We need to start venting that out in safe ways now. And that's going to look like I said, journaling, or if we're in a safe place and we can break things and it's not going to hurt anybody, that's a good thing to do too. But we need to do something where we have that be a course of action. We can also do something where we write a letter to our parent. We don't give them the letter. This isn't the point. We do not give them the letter. But we write the letter, and you can do it digitally if you feel like they're going to come in your room and look at what you've written or whatever. type it on your phone or type it on a laptop, keep it safe somewhere, but make a letter, make something where you get all of your emotions, where you get all of your feelings out. These connections here are our biggest connections that we can have. They will not be our only connections, but once we've learned to deal with this, then we can learn to deal with other things in the world. But we have to take this step now to realize that we can start healing ourselves. We may not have been the person that made our life messy in the first place, but we're going to be the person that changes this. Okay. And as we're the person that changes this, then we get stronger, we get better. So far, is that making sense? Justin? Right. No matter what. Okay, so I want you, Justin, and I do mention digital journaling if you know, whatever you feel safe in, but I want you to write whatever you're feeling, whenever you're feeling it. That's the point. Okay, that's the point. We need to get your emotions back with you, and the way we can do that is start to express, writing things down, no matter what it is. That journal is meant to be your place. That journal is meant to be your spot, your place, your thoughts, your feelings, and there is no limit to what you can say or what you can do in that journal. You can do whatever you want, but I want it to be a place where you feel comfortable as a form of expression, because you need to have an outlet for expression in a conducive and in a positive environment. And writing, as weird as it sounds, writing is related to the throat chakra. Writing is related to self-expression. So when we're writing things down, we're actually expressing them through the throat chakra, even though we're not using it. And self-expression is going to help lead you back to your body. It's going to help give you that congruence with the body that we're talking about. There's other resources too, though. One of them, well, makes a lot of sense. I understand 100%. Perfect. Okay. And as we're working with becoming more and more safe with our environment, that getting that place of your own absolutely is priority number one. But in the meantime, we have to focus on what we can do in our space now. And like I said, the journaling is going to help. Any kind of writing or anything like that, it really does help. I've written letters to my mom and dad. I've written I didn't give them the letter. I gave one of the letters to my mom. You don't want to do that. This is for us to heal, not for them to whatever. It's for us to heal. We don't need to give them the letter. We just need to write it. We just need to get something going. That's an exercise we can do. And then when you can even practice reading the letter to an empty chair, or you can practice doing something, and you can look at how that kind of response would be. You can look at different things that way. But the main thing that I want you to focus on is expressing yourself. The other thing is that, and this is the part that is, it's interesting. So I'll just say it like this: the way you grew up, Justin, was it's an abusive situation, and there's videos and there's channels specifically for what you've been through and what you're going through. And that way you can come back into your body. When you're coming back into your body, you can realize that there's nothing wrong with you as a person, but your environment made it so that you felt unsafe. I want you to have different resources that you can go to so that you can see what's going on and you can understand yourself, I feel like, for the first time in a long time, as you start to step into your own sense of identity. When we don't feel safe, when that's taken away from us when we are children, we don't feel like we can express ourselves and we don't feel like we can have an identity. And because of that, our emotions can feel blocked. So we need to work through whatever it is we can work through. Is this making sense so far? gotta take a drink here. You understand your fault? Okay, perfect. All right. Okay, so that's the one thing that's going to be difficult moving into this, is realizing that we were in an abusive situation, but also I want you to take this as well. We were in an abusive situation, we are in an abusive situation, but we are not alone in the fact that we're going through this. People don't talk about it. It doesn't mean it's not happening. A lot of people have been through similar situations to yours. And I'm not saying that to minimize your situation, but I'm letting you know that it's not just you. I feel like people find comfort in knowing that they weren't singled out. I went through a similar experience myself. Things do get better, and I even went through the depersonalization that you're talking about. It feels like you're living through autopilot and you're looking through the keyhole of your life. And the way we can learn how to understand and step back into our body is to realize it is safe to be expressive. And we need to start doing that in whatever way we can. We need to find that strength and that resilience within us to be emotional and to be open, because it is in fact a very big strength. Without the emotional vulnerability, we are... Hi, Manju. Give me 1 second here. Thank you for the donation, Manju. So I'm gonna, I'm doing Doc's reading right now, but you're the next person up, okay? But thank you for the donation. Hold on 1 second, Justin. Okay. Alrighty. So, for this, Justin, we're gonna look at... I've got one video kind of thing. We'll do this as a... Give me 1 second here. Okay, so we can do this. I really like this person. Hold on 1 second. You are very welcome, Manju. Thank you, my friend. The donation. Okay, so, Justin, this link right here, I want you to do... So that's Lisa Romano, and she will help you through this. There are so many other ones, too. There's Lisa Romano. There's... But that video, that link I just sent you right there, that is specifically on adult children of alcoholic parents. And then we have this one. And then we have this person here. All of these people will talk about things that are pretty similar, but they'll shed different light on it. I want you to watch some of these videos, especially the ones that relate to alcohol, alcoholics, with that. That's going to help you heal. And Justin, I know this right here, my friend. I know it can be. Lisa Romano is really good. She is really good, absolutely. Or Lisa Romano. I keep saying Romano. Okay, Lisa Romano. Okay. But I know when we start to watch this, Justin, we might be mad, we might be angry. That's another way we can feel. And when we feel, we're starting to step into our bodies. So when you start to feel anger, when you start to feel upset, I want you to feel those emotions. It may feel like it's too strong, it may feel like it's too much. Let yourself feel them. Let yourself feel, because that's going to bring you back into your body. Okay, that's the main thing that we're going to do, is we're going to bring you back into your body, and then when you move out of your house, you're no longer being re-triggered and re-traumatized. So this is going to be something that's going to help you heal. And I just want you to know that it can be done. I went through a very similar situation, and I'm coming out on the other side. I'm doing better. This is something that can be done, but it takes time, and we have to lean into the parts that are uncomfortable so that we can expose the wound, so that we can start the healing process. Once the wound is exposed, then we can start to heal it, and we can start to feel it, and we can start to realize that even the wounded parts are our whole self, and we just need to take care of that. We just need to kind of put a bandage on that boo-boo, so to speak. But you can do this, Justin, okay? Do you have any questions on that? Yeah, Dr. Romani is really good too, Maxine. Absolutely. All of them, Inner Integration and Patrick T. Hahn are also really good as well. Justin's one of the good ones, guys. And he's going to find out as he goes on and goes through this journey that he's even better than he thinks he is. A lot of us that have been traumatized, that have gone through this, we're very good people, have hearts of gold. But we don't know that. We don't know that until we've come out on the other side, until we've started to see things and started to understand. Thank you, Manju. Thank you for the encouragement and the empathy. I don't have any more questions on that. You cleared up everything. Much appreciated, Angelus. You work wonderful. Thank you very much, Justin. You're very kind. I appreciate that, my friend. Okay, so the second question was dealing with... I gotta... get out here. Okay, second question was dealing with your career, your job. So let me go up and look at that one again really quick. Yeah, stretching and yoga do help. Tai Chi helps. Doing anything where we're focusing on movement, especially if we're wanting to get centered into the body, breathing is going to help us. Breathing is the one thing that takes us from the past and brings us into the present. We follow the flow of our breath. When we do that, we become more whole. It sounds weird that breathing, but conscious breathing, focusing on our breath, actually does help to bring us back into our bodies as well. So that's something we can use as a form of physical way to feel back in the body. Dancing is a good way to feel back in the body. Any form of self-expression is a good way to feel back in the body. It's a good way to kind of ground ourselves. Okay, so let's do this here. So, Justin, the other question was on the job situation. So let's look and see here. Would it be okay if I did some psychic, like a psychic connection? Okay. Second question was if my current job will take me anywhere. Will I get a raise or a promotion anytime soon? My intuition tells me that I will in the near future, maybe a few months. Okay, so let's look at that. Awesome, my friend. I just want to ask to make sure. You just are, Justin. Just set the intention to be open, and you are. With the spirituality, the harder we try to do something, the less we're going to do it. So the one thing I want you to focus on is opening yourself up, and then that's it. Just say, I'm open, I'm ready to receive, and then let things flow. Okay? Don't worry about anything else. Okay, so the first thing I'm getting here is, I don't know if you do anything in, I'm just going to say it, I'm learning as a psychic, and I feel connected with you in a way that I can share. If I'm wrong, I don't feel like you're going to beat me up. So I'm just going to do this. Worst case scenario, I go back to the cards. Okay? So I'm going to ask you this. Do you work in a restaurant? And has there been something going on with the shift lead for the restaurant, or has something been going on with a... and if it's not a restaurant, the word shift lead came in, and so I'm wondering if you hold a lot of or if you could possibly hold a lot of responsibility in the job you're in. Because it feels like they like you. It feels like they think highly of you. I feel like you're kind of a get your nose to the grindstone kind of person. And if I'm wrong on the restaurant thing, then that's okay. But I felt like something in fast food or restaurant. But again, okay. You do have a lot of... They depend on me to clean and empty out abandoned units. Okay, so not a restaurant. Why did it feel... Okay. Thank you for being honest with me. I appreciate that. The shift lead, though, and nose to the grindstone is interesting because that's what I have here. So, they do. They definitely think highly of you. So shift lead, nose to the grindstone. It feels like there's a possibility here. And is there someone named Richard that oversees things? Oh, Manju. Okay, okay. I'm feeling much better. I had connected with you in mid-May. I'm so glad you're feeling better, my friend. I'm so glad. That's a hell of a recovery time, though, 3 weeks. I'm glad you're feeling better, though. I love that. I love it when things come together and when people can get the help that they need. It's my favorite part. Hold on 1 second here. I felt like I had seen you before, Manju, because of the name and the profile, Manju T, and the name and the profile picture, but I wasn't sure. And when you're on here and you get as many names, if I didn't seem like I know you, I'm sorry about that. I do get confused sometimes, but... I feel like there's a Richard or a Charlie or something going on that way, was what I was feeling. If there's not, that's okay. Maybe someone in the future. Okay, so Reed. So it is an R name, but I need to get better with my names. Okay, Reed. And Ken. Okay. So it feels like to me, Justin, that you're doing fine. You're doing good. I feel like these people like the work you do. I feel like you put a lot of effort into what you do. Are you... Hold on. Okay, so there is a Richard. Okay, so I feel like I'm connecting. I do feel like there's a connection. But now we come into this here. So I'm seeing 2. Glad to have you here, Manju. And after this question, we'll move on to yours and we'll see what's going on. Okay, my friend? Happy to have you in the room again. And thanks for your donation. Okay, so for some reason, Justin, I'm seeing 2 possibilities here for the job. I'm wondering if there will be a relocation that's you more in maybe staying someplace else or doing something like when you move. I'm wondering if are you thinking of moving to another city but still working for the same place? Because for some reason I'm being shown 2 things here, like it could go 2 ways. I do feel like they appreciate your work. I feel like you're a hard worker. I feel like you get things done. When you say you're going to do something, you do it, almost to a fault. It does feel like you are serious about this. And then the name Dylan comes in. There's a lot of names with you. Maybe a grandfather with a D initial is coming in for a second here. Yes, the property owners are selling our complexes very soon, and we are locating, as far as I know. Okay, so that's what I'm seeing, is that there's going to be relocating. I feel like things are going good here so far, Justin. The only thing I get with you is professional work, and the way they see you is as a professional. And you're also being asked to do something that other people aren't being asked to do because you're the right person for the job. So I do feel like you could go up in the higher levels here. So give it some time, let things sort of play out, but I do see you going places here. Just keep on doing what you're doing, and I feel like you're going to excel. So I see good things here, my friend. Thomas has passed away. Okay, so I don't think that was it. I appreciate that though, Justin. There was a D name that came through, and this person was older. So in the future, be on the lookout for a possible person with a D name that is older. And I'm feeling like 60s to 70s, and maybe this person could help you in some way. It feels like this person has connections, or this person they do something. And I feel like it's a strong D name, so like Dylan or something along those names, or something along that. Give yourself time to kind of focus here. I'm going to say within the next 4 months, I feel like there's going to be a promotion, or there's going to be something where you're given more responsibility. And then I feel like you're going to be given a bigger pay increase. But that's what I'm feeling here is it's going to be, I'm going to say about, I want to say 2 to 4 months, but for some reason I'm being guided to just say 4 months. It feels like 4 months from now. It feels like 4 months from now we're making more money, we feel more confident. You did go full-time, I remember you said that Monday. So I think the next step is you proving yourself, which it sounds like you're doing now. So I do feel like things are going to be going well. Okay, so I feel like someone is coming in here. They're telling me, I feel like it's spirit. I'm not sure what it is or who it is, but someone is telling me to just keep an eye on your credit card and keep an eye on paying things down. If you have a credit card or if you have something, make sure that you're as, I guess, debt-free as you can be, is what I'm feeling. Which I don't feel like you have a problem with money, but for some reason a voice just told me to watch what you're spending, but I don't feel like you have a problem with money. So, yeah. That's what I got for you. Justin, does that make sense? Okay. Okay, perfect. So you said a few months for a possible raise? Maybe one more month. Maybe one more month on that. So it would be around, I'd say around November. Middle of November. Hopefully it's earlier than that, but for now, for some reason, I'm seeing middle of November. And then, yeah, that's what I'm feeling. That's what I'm feeling for now. So I think that's going to be a good thing for you. I think that's going to be something that really helps you. Just trust into the process of how these people feel. Okay. Okay, so that's probably what I was hearing too. I was thinking of taking out a loan for a new car because mine is falling apart, but I also had a voice telling me to steer clear of any future payment plans or anything like that. That makes sense, because what I was hearing was make sure to pay off your it was like a credit card loan, or make sure to pay off your credit card was what I heard. But taking out the car loan would put me in lots of debt, absolutely. But if your car is falling apart, it kind of puts you in a situation. Okay, so Justin, do this, my friend. How about we do this? Your car is falling apart, so can I give you some advice on finances? Because I've got a little bit of advice I think that could help. Because here's what I want you to do. Here's something you can do that can help you. And it won't put you in debt, and you can still get a car. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. I understand you're working. I want you to be saving up some money. This time, it's not necessarily going to be for a place. What we're going to do first is we're going to have a reliable form of transportation. Because if we get a house, but we can't get to the job to pay for the house or the apartment or whatever it is we're going to live in, that's going to kind of stink a little bit. So what if we did this instead? Be saving up some money, maybe sell things we're no longer going to be using or needing within, certain parameters, But what I want you to do is I want you to save up as much money as you can, and then I want you to look at, like, you could look on Craigslist or you can look on other websites, and what I want you to do is you can go up to somebody and you can say, hey, I see you're selling this car for $2,000. What if I gave you $1,600 cash? And you pulled out the money right then and there. What I'm trying to say is if you give people cash right then and there and you tell them you're serious about it, they're going to lower their price. And then that way you don't have to get into credit card debt and you can get yourself a better car at a cheaper price. But having the cash right there at the moment is going to help you with possibly negotiating a deal with some people. If we're looking at getting a used car over a new one, a used car is going to be something where we don't have to go into lots of debt to get it. And then that way, if you show the cash, generally people lower their guard. If it was a hard 2,000, it can go down to maybe 1,500 to 1,400 sometimes. But you would get something that could be more reliable than what you're in now. You don't have to go into debt, and then I feel like you would have a job, a car, and you would have a house. But you wouldn't be paying monthly on the car. The only thing you'd be paying for is gas. So I feel like that would be a better way to go. But you'll still have to save up money. But I would really insist on you not going into debt, especially when you're 17, you're not even 18 yet, and to be paying off a bunch of credit card stuff. That feels like a lot of a burden to be going through at this point in time in your life. I feel like we should focus more on healing and on feeling what's going on with us, and I feel like that would be a distraction towards us doing that. Not that you couldn't handle it, but why should you have to? Do you know what I mean? You can eventually get a brand new car when you're feeling more financially stable, but for now I do feel like having the cash option and then doing something that way would help, just so that way you don't get stuck into paying for, So hopefully that helps with that too. Hey Angela, how's it going? Awesome, Justin. And you don't have to take that advice, but, if it helps, right? But you can do whatever you want with that advice. I'm not going to be hurt if you go and get yourself a new car. Do what feels good to you, my friend. That's kind of the whole thing. And watch the video I sent you when you're ready, when you feel like you're ready for that. And just kind of go on with that and do the journaling if you feel like that will help. And yeah, so hopefully that gives you some guidance and something to go in there. You're hanging in there, Angela? Right now, Angela, I was just doing some advice, and I was doing psychic readings earlier for Justin up above. Don't know why I said it that way. It makes it sound like he's a ghost. Justin, Doc. I was doing readings for Doc, and it was just a psychic one. Oh, Did I accept? Let me look and see if I accepted it. Yeah, you can, Angela. You would be after Manju. So you would be right after Manju. Yeah, go for it. I accepted it, Justin. Just so you're aware. I forget you have to accept things on Cashapp. Okay, Manju. So I'm coming right back. I'm just gonna go to the bathroom again. Had tons of water. I'm coming right back, and then it's on to your question, and then Angela, you'll be after Manju. Okay. So I will be right back, you guys. Give me 1 second here. Hey, Gigi. Yeah, I'm still going. I just had to leave for a second. So, Angela, if you want to do one question, it's 10. If you want to do the one question, we can do 10. But, Manju, are you there? Just want to make sure you're there before I do your reading. How's it going with you, Gigi? Awesome, Gigi. Thank you. I'll keep an eye for you and Angela's payment here. Okay, so Angela and then Gigi. Okay, awesome. Thank you. Thank you, Angela. Okay, thank you, Gigi. So I'll put you on the list here. Perfect. Perfect. Okay. Let me do this. Get this going. Okay, so far it's Manju, and then it's Angela, and then it's Gigi. I am wondering if Manju is here, though. Are you there, Manju? Okay, if not, so Manju, I'm going to move on to the next person. Your reading is not forfeit, though. I'm just going to move on to the next person, and then we'll do that. So, Angela. Okay, Manju is here. Every time I do that, they come back, so that's how it works. Okay, Manju, so your question was, I'm going to go back up. You don't have to type it again. I'm just going to read it again. Your question was, how does Steve feel for you? So let's look at that question. Let's see what we get here. How does Steve feel for you? Go again here. How does Steve feel for you? How does Steve feel for you? Gaia, the spiritual show, or Gaia, the one with Angelina Jolie? Or the spiritual network? Because I know there's a spiritual network. There's some good stuff on that spiritual. Okay, so Manju, we get this. We get the Hanged Man in reverse, which is not the Hanged Man at all. It's just a man that's hanging out. Then we have Knight of Coins. And then we have Ace of Swords. So I'm going to go out on a limb here and say, Manju, that is this person your ordinary type that you go for, or is this is this Steve person different? Because when I see the Hangman in reverse, I feel like this is someone who gives us a new way of thinking or a new way of experiencing things. That's what I'm feeling here. I'm wondering, though, are you and Steve, would you say you and Steve are kind of close, or are you guys just acquaintances right now? Because I'm not seeing anything necessarily pertaining to love right now, but I'm seeing that maybe do you guys work together, or I'm just curious with that, because I do get the Knight of Coins here, so I'm wondering. I'm sorry, I'll let you answer. Different, he is a healer. Okay, so makes sense. Different sense of new ways of seeing things, new ways of interpreting things. Okay. That's what I was thinking, was just acquaintances, because there's not love here right now. But let me ask another question. This is sort of to establish the question. So what are... Oh, you've taken healing sessions. Okay. So what are Stephen's feelings towards Manju? What does Stephen feel towards Manju? Kind of like him a lot. You too, Justin. You have a good one too, my friend. Take care, and yeah, have a good one, my good friend here. Okay. Let's do this. So... So I get Healer of the Ages, which is funny because he's a healer. I get Journey, as in we go to see him or we book sessions with him. But then I get this card. I get Victory in reverse, and this is making me wonder here, Manju. So let me do this here. Hold on 1 second, guys. Okay. So when I see Victory in reverse, I'm wondering here, does this person act like they're interested in you, or are you just a client to them? Because I'm feeling like there's more of a client relationship with this person than there is with other, you know what I mean? It feels more client-based, because I'm not getting any hearts, I'm not getting any wands, I'm not getting any, you know, it feels like he runs a business. Yeah, that's what I'm getting here, Manju. I'm curious here, because when we're working with, like, I work with clients, right? And I, for one, don't feel like it would be very professional if the energy healer sees a client. Personally, that's my opinion. But I'm feeling here that it's more business related, is what I'm feeling, and that's probably not what you want to hear. But that's what I'm getting here. I am sorry about that. I wish I had better news for you on that one. But it does feel like it's just a mutual business relationship or a mutual kind of understanding. You're the person that wants the healing. He's the person that does the healing, and so, right. So that's what I'm feeling here, and it's good that he's professional. It's good. Yeah. So that's what I'm getting here. I'm not feeling anything of love or anything there. Maybe if, yeah. I hate being that person. I hate being that person because people come on here and they want... I would love to just give yes answers to everything. I appreciate that you said that with a smile and you made me feel like I'm not breaking your balls here. But it's just... It would be a personal rule that I would have, is that I wouldn't date a client, For me personally, if you're going to be professional, it's morally it's not right, in my opinion. It'd be like if someone who was in psychology dated a patient, it's kind of, in my opinion, again. But you're welcome, Manju. You are welcome. Thank you for letting me do your reading for you. Okay, so, and let's see, who was up first? Angela, what was your question, my friend? Where did mine? Keep putting it. Okay. Okay, let's do this here. Let's see what I can get for you, Angela. So I'm not going to ask if I can connect psychically, because that's kind of what we're doing already. So there's no reason to say, hey, can I connect psychically? Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Okay, so let's see what I can get for you, Angela. And thank you for paying extra. I do appreciate that. Okay, so let's see what we get here. Would there be anyone in your... For some reason, I feel like there's an older female figure that's been around, and I feel like her name starts with a V, and so her initials would be VM, is what I'm feeling. I don't know if that resonates. It didn't come through super strong, but that was the first impression that I caught. Maybe someone with a good sense of humor. Oh, you'll pay extra if it goes... Okay, I see what you're saying, Angela. Thank you. That's very kind. We'll see what we get, okay? Let's see. Let me see what else I can get here too. Not that you can think of. Okay. So that connection, I'm going to push off to the side. We'll see what I can get. Thank you, Liz. We'll see what else I can get here, Angela. Okay, thank you, Liz. Okay, so Angela, the one thing that I'm getting here is just writing this down here. The one thing I'm getting here for you, Angela, is there is a young man that I feel like has been hanging out with you, and I feel like this person has to deal with grounding your energy, and possibly to do with, I feel like with workflow or with like ethics in work or something like that. It's a very professional young man that's been hanging around you. This person, I don't feel like you would necessarily know, but they bring in a sense of like clarity or a sense of like being able to handle certain things. You had something happen last night where you felt like someone touched you. Okay? That's good. That means you're opening psychically, but also if that's not something you want to have happen, you can set boundaries and say, please not now, or in my case, please not when I'm sleeping. You know, but that's something that can happen, and the more we start opening up, and Angela, you're getting help and you're going through your kind of stuff, so the more we start to heal and the more we start to understand things, that should increase our psychic abilities even more. I do believe you have some pretty good psychic ability, but the touching can be a little bit jarring at first. That can be something that's kind of shocking. It can feel like a static feeling, or it can actually feel like pressure on the head or wherever it is that we felt like we were being touched. But it can definitely be that kind of feeling. But the young man coming through, kind of holding you down. Okay. So, was this when you were trying to sleep? Or was this kind of just out of nowhere? Then I heard someone say, Angela, turn on the TV. Okay, so it sounds like while sleeping. Okay, so you're in a, you are sleeping. And in that case, you're able to get messages sometimes, mostly because your guard is let down while we're sleeping. Oh yeah, I'm sure it scared the hell out of you. I'm sure. I've had moments where I've had similar situations happen, and it's still scary. It can be something that can be very jarring. What you can do is you can tell them, hey, not while I'm sleeping. You can set boundaries, Angela, and you can say, if it really scared you, then you can set boundaries and say, I don't appreciate that. Please, when I'm awake, try and communicate with me. I feel like you're awakening to your mediumistic ability, and if you don't start setting boundaries now, you'll probably have more instances just like this. So please, like with a person, you wouldn't allow just anyone into your house. So just like with the spirit, don't allow them into your house. Don't, if it's past a certain time, or if you want to set a boundary, say, I don't appreciate this. Here is something that you guys can't cross over. And if you try to do anything, vamonos, you gotta go. Okay? So boundaries are important. Just like with anything else, we can set a boundary with spirits too. But I'm feeling here that there is a young man that's been around you that deals more with... This young man feels like he deals more with business, or with the business side of things. Possibly, because I remember we were talking before about you finding a new job, or about you looking into something. I feel like maybe that could be where this person's connection comes in. I felt like in their past, when they were alive, they were an actor. They were not a famous actor, though. They were someone that I don't think ever made it to the big time, but they were younger when they passed. I'd say in their 20s, or about their 20s. Kind of showing me that maybe this person was someone who you would consider to be, what is it? Maybe had a tendency to dress as a woman sometimes, dress as a man sometimes, so I feel like this person is kind of around you now. This person deals with, like I said, business, but there's also something to deal with expression as well, so this person deals with helping you to express yourself. Keep seeing like fishnet stockings. I keep seeing this kind of thing, and this person had a sense for style. This person had that kind of thing going on, but that's what I'm seeing here. I don't feel that this was the spirit that was holding you down, but I do feel that spirit is trying to communicate with you. I mean, obviously, and it sounds like, it's a scary experience, but it's probably kind of exciting too. Because it just came out of nowhere, right? And it's not you making it up or thinking about it. It's literally like these events just happen, and you are a witness to it. So I think this is really interesting. What are you thinking, Angela, with what I was saying here? Good, then you're doing it. I do feel like you're doing it. When we are asleep, that is when we are the most relaxed and we can be impressed upon the most. And when I say impressed, I mean we can have memories, visuals, hearing things, seeing things with our eyes closed, having a lot of different situations happen because we are relaxed. And we're opening up spiritually, we're relaxed, we don't have any boundaries in place, but you don't feel like it's working. It seems like it is with this event that happened. The connecting is interesting. Yeah, right. The connecting is an interesting thing because when we're focusing on connecting to the spirit world or connecting psychically, if we focus on connecting, we're not going to connect. We have to let it kind of come to us. We have to let it unfurl. Kind of like how the spider waits for the fly to come into its web. Our job as psychics or as mediums is to let things come to us. If we try to go out after it, it's harder to do. You eventually can do that. Like if someone asks a question, you can get answers and you can do stuff like that. But it takes time and it takes practice. And you have to be not attached to whatever the answer is going to be. I personally feel like that's why it's hard to do readings for yourself when you're a psychic or you're a medium. Kind of a little invested in myself to do readings for myself. But I do feel like you're going to be attracting more spirits, though. And that's not a scary thing. That's not like something that's bad. There's spirits around us all the time. But I feel like you're going to have spirits that make themselves more known. This spirit that I'm feeling, like I said, helps more in like business and self-expression, the way this spirit works. But I feel like other spirits are going to be coming in to kind of see what's up, to see what's going on. And like I said, if you do not feel comfortable, you can set boundaries when you're sleeping. Say, hey, I don't want this to happen while I'm sleeping. But make some time when you're awake, if you can. Light a candle. Focus on allowing yourself to connect and then let go of wanting to connect. Let yourself kind of be in an empty space and then let spirit fill that empty space. If that makes sense. There's books, too, that I can recommend that could help you develop as a psychic or a medium. If you would want me to, I can show you those books, Angela, if you're someone that likes to read. They're really good. They talk about a lot of stuff. This right here, the person's presenting themselves as a young man. I can't necessarily get a name for them. I can press a little bit more to try to get a name. But for right now, I'll see what I can get. So let me see. They're just presenting themselves as a young man. Oh, do you know who? I'm going to see if I can get more information for you. Okay? So give me just a minute here and let me see. The person is saying, I feel like their name is Graham, G-A-R, or G-R-A-H-A-M, Graham, maybe Grant or Graham. I don't feel like you would necessarily know this person, but they have a liking to you, is what I'm feeling. And this isn't a negative spirit or anything like that. It's actually a very positive spirit, but it does feel like they've taken a liking to you, so that's what I'm feeling with this spirit. But the name, you know, how would I put this? The spirit would want to be known more for an energy signature, usually, because names don't really exist on the other side. I feel like our identity as we know it when we pass on isn't the same. I don't feel like gender plays as much of a role on the other side. Personally, that's my feeling. So I feel like the name can help. What did you feel when... So, Angela, you said it scared you when they touched you. So you said they touched you and then you heard something, or did you hear something and then they touched you? This one here, Angela, the Graham person, I'm not feeling like this is the I'm not feeling like this is what touched you. This person seems more respectful. I'm feeling like what you got touched by was kind of a passerby spirit. I have it happen to me too. I'll get random touches on my arms, on my legs, back of my head, and a lot of times they're just random. It's like someone just coming through. It's not necessarily something to pay attention to. However, you were frightened when it happened with you. And so that's where boundaries can come into play. You felt something heavy on your covers. Perfectly understood. There was something there. Like I said, set the boundaries. I'm not getting anything for what touched you. I am getting that there is a spirit, a young man that I was talking about, that presents themselves as kind of a young man slash, they would dress with feminine clothes sometimes, but I'm not getting a sense that that's the person that touched you. I feel like another spirit came in, touched you. Again, we can set boundaries. I don't feel like that spirit, I'm not getting a sense that spirit is still around, but you can set boundaries to make it so that doesn't happen again. It's kind of like, the way I would describe it is, when we're opening up as mediums or psychics, we kind of are like light that's just sort of beaming out in a void of darkness or whatever you'd want to call it. And when the energy hits a certain point, I feel like certain spirits gravitate towards that light, and they're like, what is this? What's going on here? Then they push down more, and you felt hands. Okay. So let's do this, okay? Then I heard your name, and then turn on the TV. Okay. So when we're talking about this, they said something else too, but I heard your name. Okay, so they said something else. You heard your name. It sounds like you're developing, like that was using 2 of your psychic ability. Well, 3, no 2, because you felt it, and then you heard something. So it seems to me like spirit is trying to make itself known that you have a gift, that there's something going on there. But I do feel like the spirit that did this, I don't feel like they're necessarily going to come back. It scared you, but it also had you realize something. So you can think of it like this. It may have been a scary experience, but because you had an experience, you can now say, well, I've had an experience, and you can say what it felt like. Even though it was scary, it was still an experience. And I don't necessarily feel like there was supposed to be any harm intended, but spirit can come on, and when they come on to us, impress us, or when they're around us, they can come on to us very, very strongly. I've had spirits that have tried to influence me so much that I could taste blood in my mouth on how they died. I could feel myself almost having a heart attack. I could feel pain. I could feel a bunch of things coming in. And so it could be a spirit that was trying to tell a story through you, but again, you can set boundaries. I don't think a spirit was going around trying to maliciously, and I'm not saying you're saying that either, but I don't feel that there was any ill intent with the spirit. I don't feel that it's still around, but I do feel that from this we've learned something. And that's cool. That's cool that you're awakening to this. I just don't want you to get scared off from this. I don't want you to feel like... Because it's not always like that. We set boundaries, we set like what we will and won't tolerate, and then we get the spirits coming to us when we're ready for them, and we can open up communication that way. So hopefully that helps. Hopefully that helps make some sense. And also, Angela, in my personal opinion, the way things are, we have spirits around us. We have spirits around us 24/7, 365. They're around us, they're everywhere, they're all the time. But now we're tuning into that world. So it can seem like a lot. And it can seem like a lot's going on because energetically we're reaching out into a new world. You're welcome, Angela. If you want tips, I'm going to be doing a class on developing as a psychic and a medium in October. In August or October. It's probably looking like October for now. But if that's something you're interested in, you could sign up for that when I get more details. Okay, so, Gigi, are you there? Oh, good, you've been trying to release Steven. Perfect. Perfect. Hopefully that's been going okay. Well, you've been doing this process, Angela. Has he been trying to reach out more, or has he been silent during this process? Awesome. Perfect. I love that. Do the energy work, make it so that you have that in line so that you don't... Good. Silent. Perfect. Perfect. Sometimes when we're getting rid of the people, there's like a psychic energy thing that comes in and they'll come back in our lives for a second. Not like move in with us or anything, but it's further confirmation from the universe that we really want that person gone. So if for some reason he comes back, just say to the universe, say to him, whatever, you're done. Silent since Friday about the TV. He's going to be really silent when there is no TV for him to get. But you keep doing you, Angela. You could. I could see if I can do a reading for you, Angela, if you want to do that. I've got... Yeah, we could do that. Okay. Okay, Angela, let's see what we can do here. Thank you again. I appreciate this. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, my friend. Okay, so let's do this here. Move this over. Okay, so is Stephen gone? Let's see. Is Stephen gone for good? Let's see what we can do with the cards here. I can see psychically too, but let's see what we can do with the cards. So I get these cards right here. So I get woman holding a heart in reverse. Then I get 7th chakra, Archangel Uriel in reverse. And then I get patience right here. So I'm going to say right here, Angela, what I'm feeling. I'm feeling that he's silent for now. But I do feel like he's going to come back in. However, in this situation, I'm feeling like it's more on your side with things. I'm not feeling like you're going to put up with anything from him. I honestly feel like it's going to be get the TV, get out kind of a situation. But I do feel like he is going to be coming back. Let me try and get a time frame. But as long as you come off as being strong, powerful, and secure in what you're doing, and setting up a whatever, he gets the TV, he goes, you don't put up with anything else, I don't see anything else coming of this. The patience, though, right here, is saying that I feel like it could be a minute before he shows up, but I do feel like there's going to be something there. I'm seeing the number 8, which to me could be August. So we could be looking at August 8th. Or we could be looking at sometime in August. I do feel like he's going to contact you before he picks up the TV. And that might be towards the end of July. Or it might be sooner, because for some reason I'm getting a sense of someone who is... Where's my paper? Let me see here. So July, I would say 2 to 3 weeks. 2 weeks to a month, let me put it that way. I feel like around July 22nd to the 27th, I feel like he'll call and he'll try and arrange something. I don't feel like he'll be able to pick it up for some reason, something will happen. But then I feel like in August, that's probably going to be as close to the last contact you'll have with him, because I do feel like he will finally get the TV, but for some reason, it's feeling like it's going to be more so in August, at least the way I'm feeling into it right now. And then after that, I'm feeling like there's going to be a sense of relief and release, because you're letting go of that energy when the TV's gone. But I've said this before, if it makes you feel comfortable when he gets the TV, have someone with you. Have somebody with you to make it so that he can't talk to you. And if he tries to like take you aside or talk to you about stuff, just say, get your TV and go. I don't want to talk. Be firm, be strong in that, and then I feel like he'll get the message. But I do feel like you have to be firm and you have to be strong, and possibly having someone with you would be helpful when he gets the TV. And I'm also getting a sense that there's a part of you that pities him. There's a part of you that looks at how he is as a person and you're like, that must suck. I do feel like you're done with the connection, but he has a sneaky way of being just this person that just comes in. I do feel... Okay, how do you think his energy will... how do I think his energy will... Sorry, Angela. So how do I think his energy will... And then there's just an N, so I don't know what you're trying to say. We'll see. We'll see, Angela. Hopefully what I'm feeling is that the connection is done and he'll just grab the TV. But a part of me is thinking and feeling, right, when he contacts you, it feels like there's going to be a little bit of a runaround when he contacts you. I don't feel like it's going to be a straight shot to the TV. Oh, Angela, you're fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry. I was trying to understand what you were saying. You are so good. Don't even worry about it. I just feel like this person's going to use whatever they can to make an excuse to talk to you at that point in time, but you're going to be able to see through it. It's going to be a kind of get your TV and leave situation, and you're kind enough to even hold it for as long as you've been holding it for, because it's got to be getting close to 2 months you've been holding on to that TV, or at least a month and a half. So I'm thinking it's time for him to get it and go, because I feel like you're done with trying to do anything else. Part of me feels like he's just going to try and see where you're at emotionally, and if you don't put up with it, then I feel like strength to this person would be a real turn off. So if you come off as strong and secure and being like, go, then I feel like this person doesn't know what to do. I feel like that's a good thing, because this person can't be around you anymore, because I feel like they're of a lower energy, and you're trying to better yourself. You're trying to raise your energetic vibration. You're trying to raise your self-esteem, and it's time. It's time to have this person, vámonos, get out of here. Does that help answer the question for you, Angela? You're very welcome, Angela. Thank you for helping to support the channel. I really appreciate that. You were awesome with that. I know you are. I don't have any doubt in my mind that you're trying. I want you to keep trying. I want you to keep going. I know that it can be hard. It can be a really difficult journey, but this is something where we get to make an impression on those around us. We get to make an impression on our kids. When we choose self-love over self-loathing, or when we choose to love ourselves and appreciate ourselves in a world where a lot of people don't know what that means, that is a powerful sign to the universe. That is a good thing, but it takes time. And at first, Angela, it's going to feel really foreign. It's going to feel really strange. It's going to feel really uncomfortable. But eventually your mind gets used to it and it doesn't feel that way anymore. Right now, it can feel that way because we're learning a lot. We're trying to understand everything. But once things click in and start making sense, then we'll get it. And we can make a lot of better life decisions from there, so we don't attract people like Stephen back into our lives. We attract people that will respect us and appreciate us for who we are and who understand who we are. But that's the journey. That's the journey right there, and it takes time, it takes effort, but we're turning that voice in our heads that can be sometimes super critical, we're turning that into a voice over time that is with gentleness and kindness, that is speaking to us mentally. And then we can come at life in a new way because we understand how much we're worth. And we're worth so much, so much. So I just want you to know that. I want you to focus on having this journey be something where you're learning and you're just trying to understand yourself on a deeper level, and you're doing good. You're doing really good. Since we've talked, you've made some good decisions. I feel like you're getting rid of things that no longer serve you, such as relationships. That's hard to do. That is hard to do, so kudos for that. And then to come on here and be vulnerable and talk about things, that's another kudos, because that's hard to do. And I appreciate you coming on here and trusting this space to be safe enough to share things. I really do appreciate that. And I want you to know you got this. There's nothing in the world I feel like you can't do. This is one of those things. You got this. I want you to just keep staying on course. And yeah, just let yourself be in it as much as you can. So yeah. Hopefully that helps. It is hard. It is. But it's going to be a journey that is worth it in the end. You're going to realize down the road, right? Right now you're in the thick of it and you can't see what can happen quite yet. You're going to be introduced to a lot of new concepts. You're going to be introduced to a lot of new ways of thinking about things. But the main thing is that you're not going to blame yourself for a lot of things that have happened in your life, and you're going to be able to heal and move on from things. You're not going to feel ashamed anymore. You're not going to feel like how you live is less than anybody else. You're going to feel like you're valid. You're going to feel like you deserve to exist in a world, and that you get to express yourself and you get to have that. And that, again, that takes time, but it's something that's there. You're very welcome, Angela, and you've helped out the channel a lot too, and I appreciate that. I just the fact that you can come on here, talk with me, and let me know what's going on. And then the other fact that you're taking steps. Like, I couldn't ask for a better person to help, because when we talk, you take action. When we talk, you're like, okay, I appreciate that, because there are some people, not that I've dealt with lately, but there are some people that just bullshit around, and they say, oh yeah, and then they don't do anything. And then they come to me in another few weeks and they say, what can I do? And I'll tell them the exact same thing I told them before, and they're like, okay, that's good advice. When people take action, you're taking affirmative steps to make your life better. That's huge, but that takes courage, that takes a lot to do that. So I just appreciate the effort more than anything. Because a lot of people don't put forth the effort anymore. And it's kind of disappointing. But we're getting there. We're getting better. Okay. All right, so Gigi, are you there? You will, Angela. Just the fact that you want to. The fact that you want to do better is going to be the reason why you do better. And it gets easier with time. Right now, you're trying to do it, but eventually you don't have to try. Eventually, it just becomes part of your everyday. The new ways of thinking and the ways of changing our behaviors and our patterns, all we're doing is we're reprogramming our brain. If you just think of it like that, we're just taking the patterns, we're reprogramming our brain. It works, it makes it a lot easier. We're not doing anything phenomenal, we're just changing our brain. Little by little, step by step, and things get easier because of that. It just starts out difficult because we're learning a new skill, or several new skills. And, it does get easier though. So, Gigi, are you there? I think Gigi may be gone. Hey, Ellie. Okay, all right, Gigi, we're on to your reading. Are you there, my friend? Not? Well, if not, that's okay, because we can always do another. Hopefully she answers here in a second. Or they answer here in a second. I'm trying to, Okay. Alright, so here's what I'll do. I'll just continue on the way things are now, but I'm going to put... refund next to Gigi. If she's not here in the next few minutes or so, then we'll just do a refund. So we'll wait here for a minute. We can just talk. I'm sure they'll be here. They're usually pretty well, they're usually here on time, so we'll give them just a little bit longer. And if I do refund Gigi's money, then Liz, I'll just have you go next, and then I'll sign off for the night. You'll still go last, like you were wanting, but I'll just sign off for the night if that's the case. So we'll give it another... Oh, Angela, okay. If you want to talk more, Angela, we absolutely can. I just was thinking Gigi would be right in line here, so... Okay. So, how did... Have you started your first session yet, Angela, with your therapist? Mine's on Friday. My first... Well, my second first session. I had to change therapists because I didn't like the one I had before. So Friday will be an interesting day. But did you do a session with your therapist yet? Hopefully that went well. Did it go okay? Probably just a lot of getting to know each other and establishing kind of a comfortable space, like a safe space, I would imagine. Oh, good. Good. It's something I wish people did more of. We all need someone to just kind of talk to. I mean, about stuff. I know I do. Did she seem like open and receptive to everything? That's the only thing you can do is see as time goes on. Sometimes it takes a few therapists before we find like the right fit. For me, I've had a few, so I know it's kind of, I guess it's intuitive. You kind of know when you know. You sort of establish a connection right when you're getting on with them, so it makes sense. But yeah, hopefully on Friday mine goes well. We will see. I think it will. I think it'll go good. Perfect. That's what you want. You want someone who has presence. You want someone who can understand you. And kind of mirror back, you know. I'm thinking she'll get you. I'm thinking she will. I do too. I'm thinking that could be a good match for you. Honestly. Hey Ty, what's going on, buddy? So what was your general question, Ty? Yeah, Ty, go for it. Ask your general question now. You weren't expecting her to understand you, Angela? Is that what you were saying? That is a good question, Ty. I'm glad you didn't pay for that question because the answer is going to be, to me, it's quantum, right? To what extent can tarot reading foresee the future? It can see the future to the extent that to the medium or the psychic that feels comfortable, the reader. Some people feel comfortable doing readings, a year in advance. I personally do readings. Sometimes it's a year, sometimes it's even 2 years, sometimes 3. But so much can change in that amount of time that I usually don't like to do those, but it does happen, just because it's what I see. So the tarot can be anywhere from, I would say, days to years, just depending. But a lot of tarot readers I don't think feel comfortable with doing really long, drawn out, like, unless it's like, what's going to happen to me in 5 years, but even those, it's such a far out time frame that it's hard to like pinpoint things. A lot of times, tarot reading, spirituality is, to me, it's quantum in nature, which means when it is observed, I feel like it changes. So if I give you a reading on something, I usually don't use absolutes. I try never to use absolutes because things can change. Things absolutely can change, and there can be things that are beyond my control or your control. For instance, if someone came to me and they said, when will I find a job? Or when will I do something? But they ask me a question, and I tell them, I feel like it could happen within 3 or 4 months, right? But if that person doesn't do anything to find the job, they're just expecting it to drop in their lap, it's probably not going to happen. It's 3 or 4 months with effort. It's 3 or 4 months going out there and doing something. Not 3 or 4 months it's just going to appear and pop into your head. It's like you have to put effort out to get back something in return. So to answer your question, Ty, pretty well, I would say. Mediumship and psychic, mediumship ability I feel like predicts more of the future. Then you have things like seership, and you have prophecy that predict way, way into the future. But generally, tarot, in my opinion, it's more of a way to foresee more current situations. I will do future readings with them too, but I use them mainly for current, or 3, 6 months to a year kind of readings. But does that help answer the question, Ty? Go for it, Ty. And be aware these are from my perspective, so don't take this as gospel. This is just what I feel is right for me, personally. Since readings are based on a person's current energy/vibration, how much does that influence with the reading being accurate? Quite a bit. It really depends. But for instance, let's say I'm reading the energy of someone who is closed off emotionally or something like that. To me, that's not going to influence the reading too much, because I can tell the person's not open emotionally and they're probably not going to change. And so I can read into that and see. Generally speaking, when I get something like that, I feel like it's time to move on if I'm doing like a love reading or if I'm doing something that way. But their energy absolutely can affect the reading. There's even been there was a woman who was doing I can't remember what book it was in that I was reading, but there was a woman that was doing a psychic exercise with someone else in a group. So she was taking a psychic class, and she attended this in person. And this, I guess the book was written a few years ago, so no, I'll just set it up. It was a few years ago. She goes to this center, she's doing readings for people, and it's like randomized. So you sit in front of somebody, and you just give them a reading. You try to give them a reading as much as possible. And so she's sitting in front of this person, and she's trying to connect with this person, and all she sees is white. That's it. She can't see anything else. She just sees white, white, white. That's all she sees. And so then she says, I'm looking at you and I'm trying to read for you, and I feel like I'm pretty good at this, but the only thing I'm getting is white. That's all I'm seeing. And the reason why she was getting that was because the person in front of her was imagining white light coming down and protecting her, like repeatedly, over and over and over again, and she was imagining it really strong, and so the person's energy couldn't even be read. She was there for a psychic reading, but the person kept asking for psychic protection, so it made it so she couldn't read. It would literally be like trying to read a book when it's closed and you're trying to read page 5 of that book while it's closed. It's that kind of a situation. So depending on how open someone is, yeah. Let's see. For example, if I currently feel I will achieve something and my tarot reading agrees with this feeling, is it almost likely for that to be the outcome? For certain? Is it almost... Again, Ty, it can be. It really depends. Like you could change in 2 minutes. You know what I mean? Energy is, it's fickle. It changes. But generally speaking, I would say if it was a reading that was resonating and it was something that touched you, like it was something that you walked away from and you're like, okay, I have a good feeling, or that was a good reading. I feel like I would trust that kind of sensation. But if you still have to go out after whatever it is that you're wanting, you still have to do things, obviously. But it's hard. It's hard to say almost certain or not. A lot of times I've made predictions and they've been right. I'll make predictions and they'll be wrong too, though. So it's one of those things that's like, I'm still learning too. So it's difficult for each kind of situation, and it's different. Not difficult. It's different for each situation. And I can't. I couldn't give you an answer. It would be like trying to count the raindrops that fall out of the sky when it's cloudy. It changes each time. It's different each time. I would imagine there's never the same amount of drops that hit the ground every time it rains. I wish it was more concrete. I wish it was something like that. A lot of the times it is. I'm not saying it's always that way, but sometimes it is kind of more ambiguous. Like, you'll get people wondering about certain things, and I'll do my best to give them an answer, but it's not always guaranteed. Give me 1 second here. How do I feel about questions like, I applied for a job, will I get it? Those are good questions. Those are really good questions. But there's things that could limit that. So someone says, I applied for a job, will I get it? And then I say, it's looking like you'll get it. But then that person went and they emailed the job place like 5 times. Hey, are you considering me? What's going on? What's going on? If you did something like that, you're not going to get it. So my prediction would be wrong, technically. But it was the person that emailed relentlessly that made it so that they didn't get the job in the first place. So there's tons of factors with that. Likewise, it's one of those kinds of things. I don't have a problem with that question. The thing that comes in, though, is there's free will. There's free will, there's free agency. What I'm doing when I go forward and I see something is I'm seeing a probability, not a definitive answer, but I'm seeing a probable answer. I'm looking into that, and it's a probability of it happening, not a for sure fact of it happening. There's, and it depends. Some days I'm able to get very accurate information, other days not so much. I'm trying to learn how to shore up my weaknesses so that I can do better at this, but yeah. I didn't know you could post an empty space. Can I do that? Oh, you retracted. Okay. That was the fastest retraction I've ever seen. I didn't even see the message. The one you posted right above, I can't see that one. It's there's like nothing there. What did you try? Oh, you can... Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. Oh, you can do a space. I see what you're... Okay, that makes sense. I guess a space is a character in the internet. I got you, Ty. I got you. So does that kind of help answer the question? And as I grow and my abilities get stronger, I'm going to be able to do better readings. But it works. It works. You can just do a space. At least it worked for me and Ty. You're welcome. Now I can say I sent you the link, it's right there, and then they say they can't see it, and then I can say, no, it's there, I sent it. I don't know why they let you just send an empty space, but whatever, YouTube, you do you, I guess. Okay, Gigi, are you there? That's a good question, Ty. Hold on one... Well, I'll address your question here. How can someone be certain they will achieve something? I feel like it's like telling someone, it's promising someone that you're going to be there tomorrow. And I feel like that's a promise none of us can keep because we don't know what's going to happen to us. It's a good thought, you know. I'd like to say I'd be here on Friday, but if I died, you know what I mean? I don't think there's anything that we can guarantee in this life. Apparently death and taxes are the only thing you can be sure of, which seems to be the case. But to achieve something absolutely, I do believe is possible, but it's also something that's kind of out there in a way that you know, a for sure thing I think is impossible because there's always something we can do to mess it up. We could get the job of our dreams, but then we could sabotage ourselves, or we could... There's a lot of ways we could mess up. There's a lot of ways we can keep doing the things we love to do, but I think the best thing is to... I heard that from somewhere. Death and taxes are the only guarantees in life. Because we're not given anything else, really. I can't promise you guys that I'm gonna... The law of attraction, Ty, is just... It's seeing yourself as already having what you feel like you're lacking, and then you attract it to you. It's kind of like when I'm grateful for things going good in my life, I tend to have more things to be grateful for. But when I'm having a bad day, it tends to be a pretty bad day. Like, you wake up, you stub your toe, okay? And you go into the kitchen and you stub your toe. And then you're walking around the house and you stub your toe. I'm just kidding. It's not all about toe stubbing. But it's one of those things that you want to attract what you already have. Or rather, you can only attract what you already have. So if we're grateful, we attract more things to be grateful for. If we're miserable, we attract more things to be miserable about. That can head into a whole other direction, but it's one of those things that's why I talk about healing on the channel, like healing our emotional self, healing the different parts of us, because if we're attracting things to ourselves, wouldn't we want to be able to decide what those things are, rather than having a trauma and then having things happen at what seems like random intervals and kind of mess us up? That's why the healing work is very important. That's what I believe. That's tough, though. The healing journey is not the funnest journey, but to me it's the surest way to get what you want out of life. Not the easiest way, but the surest, I feel like. Okay, I'm gonna give Gigi's money back. Unless you're there, Gigi. Last call. Are you there? Okay, so let's do this. Okay. Okay, she has been refunded. So, alright, Liz, would you want to do your question? You're good, Ty. You're absolutely fine. Don't worry about it. That's what I'm here for. Hopefully I helped shed some light. And if you have more questions like that, the general kind, come on here. We can talk about it and sort of just talk or debate or whatever it is you want to do that way. But I'm more than happy to talk with you, my friend. Awesome, Ty. Perfect. Perfect. Oh, okay, let's look. You and Pisces had a fallout. Will you communicate again? Let's look here. So the first card I got was Hostilities. So it must have been a pretty good fallout, I would imagine. But then I get Goddess of the Moon and 5th Chakra Archangel Gabriel. So I do feel like there's going to be contact again. So what? Okay, so I was just going to say, I heard the word berserk. I'm wondering, did something happen where this person showed did something happen here? Because the Hostilities card is interesting. I do feel like there could be a connection again, but now it's coming to the fact of like, would you want to have a connection? Berserk is like them going a little crazy, them acting very not like themselves, would be the way I would put it. Or them acting out of character, I guess would be another way you could put it. Okay, so he was being immature. You told him you didn't like those names, And then he got defensive when you said you didn't like something. And then was there kind of an argument from there? Something kind of childish, is that what it was? On his part, not on your part. You tried to fix, but he didn't put forth any effort. Okay, so that makes sense. So I feel like there will be conversation again, but if this person has a pretty fragile ego, I imagine, Liz, that when you said you didn't like the names, I don't feel like you said it maliciously, but this person has a pretty sensitive ego. And you popped it. And you didn't do anything wrong. I'm not saying you did anything wrong, but by you saying you didn't like the names, this person took offense to that. So, do I think it will happen soon? Let me see here. Yes, that's what it is. I hurt his ego. Okay. So, Liz, don't feel too bad about that. Please. Because you did the thing we've been talking about. You said, I didn't appreciate that, or I don't like it. And then you saw what happens when a woman stands up for herself. The man gets threatened. He gets a little scared and he starts running. Okay? This could be a telltale sign of things we don't want to have in a relationship. But also, let's look and see if there is a possible reconnection here. So give me a second. Would it be okay if I connected psychically with you, Liz? Okay, let's see what we can get here. So from what I'm seeing here, Liz, hold on. From what I'm seeing here, so the first thing I get psychically is I get a person that's like a boss or that's in charge, and then a flower. So that to me would be you trying to mend the situation, but I don't feel like you did anything wrong. I feel like this person is waiting for you to do something. I feel like, and I literally see someone holding something and they have like a cast on their hand and they're holding something next to their like groin area, which to me is the person's ego that I'm seeing here. So this person here, I feel like still has some growing up to do. I do feel like there could be a connection coming in, but since you're not going to say you're sorry, or I assume you're not because you didn't do anything wrong, I feel like it's going to take a little bit longer. I would say let's see what happens in 2 to 3 weeks. You know, I don't want you to feel like you're being punished, but this person has a tendency to overreact to simple things. So it's up to you if that's something you would want to move into going forward. He doesn't seem... I don't feel like he's a bad guy, but I do feel like there is a very sensitive ego here. And that could be difficult within a relationship because I have a feeling, Liz, that you're someone who says what's on their mind. And you shouldn't feel like you have to hold back because this person's ego can't handle it. Does that make sense? You're welcome, Liz. Very welcome. Give it some time and let's see, but I would say 3 weeks, 4 weeks. Let's see what happens. You do you. I would say don't message this person or don't talk to them or apologize to them, because then you're setting up the relationship to make it so that there's no boundaries in the future, because you'll have to apologize for something that you don't feel sorry for, and then on top of that, this person will treat you in a way that you don't want to be treated, because you know what I mean? So I think you understand what I'm saying. Okay, alright, so I will end the session here. Thank you everyone for watching. Gigi, if you're at the end here looking at stuff, I did refund your money, so look through your Cash App. You should have your refund. And yeah, I will talk to you guys later. Thank you so much everyone for tuning in and for helping to support the channel. Everybody, I will see you on